Is Kristen Kalish, the principal of Del Lago Academy.
Good evening, members of the board, EUHSD cabinet, and community members. My name is Kristen Kalish, and I am the principal of Del Lago Academy. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you about our inspirational scholar for the month of March, Brian Ramirez. Throughout his 4 years at DLA, Brian has consistently exemplified all 5 of our pillars by being welcoming to and accepting of all, taking care of and supporting his classmates and friends, consistently pursuing excellence in his academics, encouraging others through his words and actions, and striving each day to be his personal best while also elevating others. He is humble, kind, and always willing to help his classmates and teachers. He truly is an inspiration to both his classmates and our staff. Here to share more about Brian this evening is his AP Government teacher, Mr. Jonathan Dunsworth.
Hello. I nominated Brian because he's a leader to the younger scholars in our advisory class. It has been since the first day I came to Del Lago 3 years ago. I appreciate his encouragement and engagement during Circle and the ways that he helps to build community. Brian has been working as a peer tutor for years, starting as a volunteer, then as a paid tutor once eligible. He's always ready to step up and help teachers and peers, goes out of his way, make sure his classmates are supported and successful. I have the joy of teaching Brian in my government class and now in his English course. What stands out to me about Brian is he doesn't seek the spotlight role, but always helps to uplift those around him. Brian really shows his classmates how they can be the best. In government, he was on the campaign team and supported his classmates' success behind the scenes. In group work, he's the stabilizing presence that keeps the team grounded, helps focus their attention, and brings out the best from everyone around him. He inspires his group mates to keep up with him, not just to get their work done, but to do it well and thoughtfully. He's the kind of student that asks questions out of curiosity and wants to learn for learning's sake. That inspires me to be a better teacher. I'm proud to be here to recognize Brian with this Inspirational Student Award.
Hello, and good evening to everyone. I'm Brian Ramirez, and I would first like to start off by giving thanks for the kind words and recognition that I have been given today. Thank you, Mr. Dunsworth, for nominating me and having me in your class the past few years. You've been an amazing teacher and advisor, not just for me, but for many other students. And thank you to my family and loved ones for continuously supporting and pushing me to be the best. Frankly, I believe that I am still not the best that I can be, so I have been questioning myself a bit as to why I'm receiving this award. At the same time, however, no one is truly the best version of themselves. There's always room for improvement. And what should only matter is that we work hard to improve ourselves in every which way that we can. That I have been doing and will continue to do so with the help of others. Therefore, I do genuinely give thanks to those who recognize and acknowledge me today. For as long as I can remember, I've always loved going to school, never getting tired of the first day of the year. It sucks that it's coming to an end. And when I say that it'll come to an end, I don't mean going to school altogether. I'll be heading off to college and beginning my adult life pretty soon. But what I am referring to is going to secondary school, seeing my best friends at 8 in the morning, using the free time that I still have to hang out with them. I've heard of how fun and memorable college can be, but I still think that I won't get to experience anything like high school again. I spent all 4 of my high school years at Del Lago, and although I don't know what the other high schools are like, I know that Del Lago has been the best one for me for a few reasons. Besides being a 15-minute walk from home and the rolling chairs, I met plenty of people and had amazing experiences. Prime example being how I joined the tutoring program, like mentioned before, and I was able to improve my leadership skills, help kids in need, and overall improve other aspects of my life. I was able to grow as a person at Del Lago and discovered new stuff about myself. One of those things apparently being that I'm inspirational. I do try to live life by doing good for myself and for others, but I haven't really considered myself to be inspiring. Perhaps I don't see it as clearly as others do, such as Mr. Dunsworth or my parents, but I've been recognized today for a reason. For that, I am honored to receive this award, and I promise to keep doing the best that I can, whenever and wherever. Thank you, everyone.
Brian, if you can stay there, and also if the mayor, Dane White, can come up.
Awesome. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Dane White, Mayor of the City of Escondido. One of the best parts about my job is being able to recognize special people in this community. And I wanted to highlight what the gentleman who spoke before you had said. There's something really special about people who seek to help others without seeking the spotlight at the same time. And it's my privilege to get to recognize you, Brian Ramirez, and say congratulations on being awarded the Student of the Month.
Also, Brian, I'm Bob Weller, Board President. Congratulations. This is from the Escondido Union High School District Board of Education. Is honored to present the Inspirational Student Award to you, Brian Ramirez, March 4th, 2025, in recognition of your outstanding accomplishments. So congratulations on that. Congratulations, Brian, and we will miss you in the district for sure. All right, so let's see where we left off here. Bear with me one second. So we left off at, we're now at report of action taken in closed session, and Bill Durney will be reading that.
Good evening. In closed session, on motion of Board Member Williams, second by Board Member Durney, the Board of Education voted to approve physical education waivers, case number 663 through 788 for the 2024-25 school year by a 5 yea, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. Also, on motion of Board Member Durney, second by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve graduation waivers, case numbers 36 through 43 for the 2024-25 school year by a 5 yea, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. Additionally, in closed session, the board unanimously voted and took action in accordance with Education Code Section 44954 to release the following temporary certificated employees: 619-180, 659942, 655522, 401-719, 667-095, 636-512, 667-839, 625-112, 667-736, 658-675, 658-592, 670-128, 654-649, 650-127, 667-186, 635-015, 655-134, 647-105, 645-480, 551-753, 658-892, 660-668, 646-031, 646-645. I need to correct myself. 655-153 should actually be 655-154.
I was going to mention that.
The temporary certificated employees of this district will be released and/or non-reelected upon close of each employee's current school year or the expiration of an applicable employment contract, whichever occurs earlier. The roll call vote was as follows: ayes, Bob Weller, Brian Williams, Bill Durney, David Vincent, Christy Knight. Following up and tracking me on that, Bob. Also, in closed session, the board took action to issue notice and release and reassign the following employee from their administrative positions pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2024-2025 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. Employee number 420649. The roll call vote was as follows: ayes, Bob Weller, Ryan Williams, Bill Durney, David Vincent, Christy Knight. And that concludes action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Trustee Durney, very much. So now we're also going to do the approval of the board meeting minutes of February 11th, 2025. This is not a roll call vote, so can I get a motion and a second to approve that minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So, Ms. Pena, how do you vote?
Aye.
And then Ms. Forby.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. So that's unanimous. And then item number 7, approval of agenda, additions and deletions and corrections. Does anybody have any additions, deletions, or corrections to the current agenda?
We do have one correction. I point to at each person's seat, there is a new board memo for item C8, approval of the consent calendar. There had been a typographical error on the original posting due to some changes we made in the order of things on the agenda. So you now have the correct listing of which items are on the consent.
Very good. And so I need a motion to approve that in a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
And we'll start with voting with the student board members, Ms. Pena,
Aye.
Ms. Forby,
Aye.
and then the board members can just vote, in
Aye.
favor, say
Aye.
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 Thank you. That passes. And then we move down to item number 8, which is the approval of the consent calendar items. Those are all the items marked below with asterisks. There are 2 items that I want to pull from consent, that we can chat about them when they come up. But the items that we're looking to put on the consent will be H2, F2, G1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Can I get a motion to approve? Oh,
Clarify which ones are you pulling?
H1 and F1.
Each one from Ed Services?
Yeah.
And F1 from Human Resource.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with H1 and F1 being pulled from consent.
I'll second.
Thank you. And I'll just come down the line this time for voting. So then, Ms. Pena, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Forby,
Aye.
Trustee Knight,
Aye.
Trustee Vincent,
Aye.
Trustee Durney,
Aye.
Trustee Williams,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Okay. Since everybody's here, we don't need to do a roll call vote, so I will just be doing just a call for the vote. All right, so then under D one, we have student and staff recognition presented by Superintendent John Peterson.
Thank you. Good evening. Congratulations to the February Rising Stars. The following students were recognized recently: Joseph Ware from Del Lago Academy, Lindsay Kelly from Escondido High School, Diana Pham from Orange Glen High School, Paola Sanchez from San Pascual High School, and Esteban Jose Lorenzo from Valley High School. Del Lago Academy and San Pascual High School DECA students recently participated in the DECA State Conference. 4 students from Del Lago and 6 students from San Pascual will move on to the DECA International Career Development Conference in Orlando, Florida. Congratulations to all of them. From Del Lago, that's Yasmin Bakhta, who placed in the top 20 Sports and Entertainment Marketing Series. Ava Manushri Far placed top 10 overall performers and 6th place Community Giving Project. And the team composed of Joseph Ware and Kalea Trong placed top 10 overall performers and 10th place in Business Law and Ethics Team Decision Making. From San Pascual High School, Juan Garcia placed 3rd place overall Quick Serve Restaurant Management. Jacob Whitney won 5th place overall Hotel Lodging Management, top 10 Emerging Leader, and top 10 DECA Knowledge Test. Lena Devine placed top 10 Retail Merchandising Role Play. The team of Alcina Gomez and Rachel Hodgson won Chapter Awards Gold Level, and the team of Olivia Garcia and Lena Devine won Chapter Campaign Thrive Level. From Orange Glen High School, congratulations to Orange Glen High School 12th grade student Fernanda Sanabria Tobar for winning the Outstanding Trial Defense Attorney Award at the San Diego County High School Mock Trial Award Ceremony. Also, the following students were chosen as MVPs from other rounds in the competition: Brianna Diaz for the 2nd round witness role, Pamela Arroyo Munoz for the 3rd round prosecution attorney role, and Brianna Torres Cabrera for the final round witness role. 6 OG students competed in the Region 10 Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America Culinary Competition, all celebrated for qualifying for state. And congratulations to Jennifer Ortiz Rodriguez for winning 1st place overall, and to Miguel Loa for winning 2nd place. Moving on to San Pascual High School, San Pascual Avid and AP computer teacher Erin Duran was recognized by the National Center for Women and Information Technology with the Affiliate Educator Honorable Mention Award. And amongst our students, Marie Gill won the Division II wrestling title at 100 pounds. Good job. San Pascual High School's first robotics competition team 3255, the Super Nerds, won the 2025 Port Hueneme Regional Championships over the weekend. They also walked away with the Innovation and Control Award. The Super Nerds are currently placed number 5 in California out of 291 teams, number 9 in the United States out of 2,956 teams, and number 14 worldwide out of 3,727 teams.
Very impressive.
They qualify to compete at the World Championship in Houston. Go Super Nerds. And I'll conclude with congratulations to the San Pascual boys soccer team for winning the Soccer League Division II championship. SP's boys soccer has won league championships 13 times out of the last 19 league championships, and this is their 9th consecutive win. Today, as we speak, they are playing at the state championship quarterfinal at San Pasqual High School against the Bonita Bearcats from Laverne, California. We wish them the best of luck. Let's go Golden Eagles. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. All right, so now we're going to move down to the student board member reports by Alanya Pena and Cadence Forby. And since we didn't do the mission and vision, you can read your mission or vision before you give the student board update.
Mission: empowering every student to graduate prepared for college, career, and life through excellence in learning.
Vision: we relentlessly pursue with optimism equitable support for all students to navigate a changing world by providing rigorous and relevant learning experiences that strengthen their capacity as open-minded and invested collaborators, effective and thoughtful communicators, resourceful and creative problem solvers, curious and analytical critical thinkers, and informed and compassionate community members. Okay, and I will start with the first report. Good evening, board members, faculty, staff, and community members. I'm excited to share updates on San Pasqual, Orange Glen, and Valley High School. So I will start with San Pasqual. Girls water polo played an intense Division II first round game, taking the match to triple overtime and lost with 1 point over in the last second. I'm sorry. A second congratulations to Marie Gill, who won Division II wrestling in 100-pound section, and boys soccer secured another league title, marking their 9th consecutive year. A special recognition goes to Campus Security Officer Mike Santos, who is retiring after 25 plus years of dedicated service at San Pasqual High School. March 14th, we have our Powder Puff game where seniors are going against juniors in a fun flag football game. March 21st is our Spring Clash of Classes pep rally. Now moving on to Orange Glen, where girls basketball secured a spot on CIF playoffs. Boys soccer entered CIF playoffs and won their first playoff game in a strong showing. Congratulations for wrestling players Jason Keyser, Jonathan Perez, Roger Castro, who qualified for San Diego County Masters Tournament. The Torch Yearbook staff won the 2025 National Journalism Education Association's Diversity Award. Congratulations to Alondra Perez Lencho, Elizabeth Godino, and Amy Ledesma Gonzalez, along with their advisor Jessica Young, for fostering a culture of creativity, compassion, and inclusion at OG. Their student council elections are coming up this month, and they'll also have a food fair. And finally, for Valley High School, congratulations to Miss Monica Lee. She was recognized in this year's LCAP Student Forum as teacher who motivates students to engage in learning. On March 21st, they'll have ASVAB interpretations helping students understand their test results and explore future career paths. On March 19th to 21st, they'll have Camp Lead, which is a leadership retreat aimed fostering confidence, teamwork, and personal growth. On the 19th, they'll have a U.S. Army setup. On the 21st, a movie night, and on the 26th, family night. These events and achievements highlight the dedication and talent throughout our school spirit. And congratulations to all the students, athletes, and staff for their hard work and success. Thank you so much, and that was my report.
Thank you.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, members of the board and everyone who else. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Let me restart. Sorry. Good evening, members of the board and everyone who decided to join us today. I will give you updates on the sites throughout Escondido. Starting with Delago Academy, big congrats to the boys basketball team for being the runner-ups for the CIF Division 4 and for the girls basketball team being runner-ups for Division 5. On the last day of February, the seniors had a field day during lunch where we had to wear blue so we could take our class photo. We had an extended lunch of 10 minutes. Starting Friday, Delago will start selling tickets for their spring dance. DLA DACA attended the California State Career Development Conference this past week. Student Jasmine, I'm sorry if I mispronounce any last names, Bacta, finalized in the individual sports entertainment and marketing series and became top 25 out of 140 students in her event. Students Kayla Trung and Joseph Ware finalized in their category business laws and ethics, as well as students Ava Manoturi Far finalizing in a project category. DLA DACA qualified for the gold level in the chapter awards. Sending Officer Jasmine Bacta and President Simi Garani to Orlando, Florida to attend the international conference ICDC, participating in workshops, networking, and expanding business knowledge. DLA's math club is participating in Physics Day at Knott's Berry Farm, which I'll be joining too. Moving on to Escondido High School.
Did you say physics day at Knott's Berry Farm?
Yeah.
It's really interesting. I remember going to Knott's Berry Farm and you're panning for gold. I've been to Knott's Berry Farm in the last 5 years. It's a NASA spaceflight training center. The rides there are like 20 G's each.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's appropriate that the physics team would be
Yeah.
going to Knott's Berry Farm.
Actually, if you're interested, I may add that one of the activities for the students creating a roller coaster with gravity. Okay, so moving on to Escondido High School. Escondido High School recognized ninth and 10th grade students who earned an A or a B in both math and English during the first week of February. Keep the good work. Escondido High School girls wrestling competed in the CIF CDS championships recently. Sophomore Amaraya Spain had her first tournament placing of the year, capturing 5th overall. Escondido High School boys wrestling. Congratulations to senior Friday Portland and junior Jaden Montaya for placing 6th at Masters in their respective weight classes. Congratulations to Escondido High School boys soccer for being back-to-back Valley League champions. Boys, and for the boys basketball, congratulations on the win over High Tech High. They will be advancing to the semifinals. And for the girls basketball, they went against Patrick Henry. They started on the playoffs with well-deserved wins. And the girls soccer team are advancing to the first playoff round and had a victory over Morris High School. Then congratulations to Jordan Dudley, social science teacher at Escondido High School, for being nominated by his peers as the Teacher of the Month for his outstanding efforts in the classroom and his profound dedication for his students. Congratulations to Michael Vasquez, lead custodian at Escondido High School, for being nominated by his peers as Classified Employee of the Month for his initiated an acceptating, fulfilling our needs, always working behind the scenes. And thank you. This is done in my report.
Thank you, ladies, very much. And now we go to item E, public comment. So the first will be the report from the California School Employees Association, Escondido chapter number 219. Is anybody from that union here? Okay, so then we move down to public comment E2, report from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association. Is there anybody here for that? Welcome. Thanks, Anna.
For having me. Good evening, school board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Actually spoken in front of different iterations of school boards and cabinets. And while I was thinking about my message for this version, I couldn't help but think about the very first time in front of, it was December 11th, 2012. And I had asked the then ESTA president if I could present on a topic that ESTA had been dealing with. It was RIFs. And I had thought, I had this brilliant idea. And I spent all this time digging through board docs, finding this. Absolutely. Is this better? Okay. You didn't miss much. I had this brilliant idea, and I spent all this time digging through board docs, and I found multi-year projections, NYPs, right? From 09, 10, 10, 11, and 11, 12. I had found all this information and I had cross-referenced with the actual ending balances for those years and compared it to the projections. I had even created this really crude chart that I actually found in my Google Drive from 2012. I had in big red letters the difference, and then showed that there was a 17%, 20%, and 27% difference between what was projected and what actually happened. 3 years in a row, district gained. They didn't even come close to the projections. I remember thinking to myself, while I was doing all this work, this is so obvious to me. Any reasonable-minded person can see that MYPs are used to manufacture budget crises. Finally, I thought, the school board will see the MYPs, and they're used to create panic, the sky is falling mindset. There's no way a reasonable person will look at these projections and the actual numbers and deny what's happening. I remember being so nervous to present. I remember looking at really kind board members' faces and showing what I had discovered. And surely they will understand cutting teachers and counselors was. They were actually growing their money. And I sat down afterwards and the board meeting carried on. No one ever said anything. The epiphany I had had while doing all of my research in the budget was met with a blank stare, and they proceeded with cuts and the typical board formalities. And it dawned on me then, 13 years ago, school boards and cabinets and the people behind those positions, they don't really care. They can sometimes have really nice and sympathetic faces, but there isn't much thought put into an idea that contradicts what they already want to believe. It's not lost on me that one of those really nice faces from 13 years ago is still sitting up there. I'm still standing here with the same facts, multi-year projections, just that, they are projections. And when you study them, and you realize that the buzzword deficit spending is meaningless. Dr. Good explained to ESTA on Monday that the board directed a cut of $4 million for 2 years to reduce deficit spending. When asked for a clearer answer on deficit spending, here's what ESTA understood. There is an actual cut of $4 million happening to prevent a projected deficit. Let's be clear. Districts who are actually deficit spending don't amass small fortunes to the tune of 41 mil. Our district has 28% over its legally required limits. We're not deficit spending. The community of Escondido, and those of you guys who are watching on YouTube, you should be outraged. Tonight, Dr. Good is proposing massive cuts. ESTA has been made aware that the district will be moving to eliminate 48 TOSA sections for next year. These are cuts to programs that actually benefit our district both financially and academically. The elimination of support for student attendance at comp sites. Last time I checked, we needed ADA because, money. Support for our English learners. Last time I checked, This group of students needs the most support of all. You have all asked test scores go up. This is a fragile population that needs more support, not less. Cuts to math support for our kids. Last time I checked, our math scores are dismal. What do you think is going to happen now? I think that it's evident cuts are happening, but I don't think that the costs have been weighed. As a result of the cuts to student support TOSA sections, you will vote tonight on Dr. Good's proposal to cut ESTA by 10.6 FTEs. That includes probationary and permanent teachers and counselors. That's above and beyond what the board has already reported for temp cuts. It's above and beyond resignations and retirees to the tune of 40 less bodies. It's very apparent that there's little to no concern from Dr. Good, our cabinet, and our board. Massive implications these types of cuts have on the community of Escondido, on our students learning and teaching, not to mention the very real people, some of whom are behind me, who are represented in these numbers. And I want to emphasize that these cuts are a choice that you make. They are not a necessity. ESTA has offered creative solutions to avoid these types of cuts. We have studied the salary schedule and placements and know that a retirement incentive would be far more valuable to preserve our brightest new teachers. Dr. Good has stated the district has no interest. ESTA has continually asked for this district to exercise its right to charge our charter schools. In our district, the standard fee of 1%. There appears to be an unspoken policy, for lack of a better word, to look the other way on our charters. This would save 4 to 5 teachers' jobs, but the district has no interest, showing that you are not interested in saving money, just cutting services from students. This board needs to revisit what those cuts, what is actually being cut and what is being saved tonight. The elimination of student supports has a direct impact on learning. Cuts to counselors and social workers have a real impact on students' well-being. Cuts to classroom teachers directly impact student learning. I am very much a realist. I understand there are times when cuts need to happen. Inefficient programs need to be cut. Data doesn't support that this resource or this service helps students. Let's look at it. Looking at data and what really works for students should be paramount in what decides to be cut. That is not what you are doing tonight. That is not what is happening with the elimination of the TOSAs, which causes the ripple effect of the RIFs, which you will vote on tonight. What is being demonstrated tonight is the same thing that was made clear to me the first time I spoke 13 years ago. You don't understand the intentional pattern behind MYPs. In the end, your decision will grow an already criminal reserve. And either you don't get it or you don't care. Maybe it's both. For me, what's different is I'm a lot more tired and gray. Please vote no on tonight's resolution.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move to public comment. Section E3, comments from the public on non-agendized topic items that lie within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. And so I'm going to read this script in regard to this. So item E3, public comment for items not on the agenda. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each non-agenda topic to 20 minutes entirely. Generally, each person may speak for up to 3 minutes at board discretion. In order to allow all persons to have an opportunity to participate, if desired, the board may reduce the amount of time per speaker when necessary. Upon conclusion of all public comments, or 30 minutes, the board will continue on to the next item of business on the agenda in order to ensure the board can effectively and efficiently conduct the district's business in public at this meeting. In the event more time is needed for public comments on non-agendized items to ensure all those wishing to address the board have an opportunity to do so, the remaining public comments will be heard at agenda item J1. The Board of Education is prohibited by law from taking action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda. The board looks forward to and encourages your participation. We have received cards from one person who wished to make public comment during this meeting. And that person is Dana Moen, and he's from Classical Academy, and he's going to speak.
Hello, I'm the proud principal of Classical Academy High School and proud graduate of Escondido High School, class of 1989. Despite the challenges, we want to just be here to celebrate all the amazing things happening for students across Escondido, including in our schools of choice, such as Classical. I'd like to introduce Jake Worthen. I'm a scholar, an Ironman triathlete, a future leader of our country. He's our ASB president. Dress is better than me. And we're both waiting expectantly on his acceptance to the Naval Academy right now. And he's just going to share some of the ways that classical students are serving the needs of our community.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jake Worthen, and I have the privilege of serving as Classical Academy High School's ASB president. I want to start by sincerely thanking you for your dedication to supporting school choice. Because of the opportunities that school choice provides, I've been able to attend a school that has empowered me to grow, both as a student and as a leader. Classical Academy has given me the freedom to pursue meaningful projects that extend beyond the classroom, directly impact the community of Escondido. Earlier this year, I had the privilege of leading an Outreach Spirit Week, a campus-wide initiative pairing fun spirit days with powerful outreach opportunities. Every day, students were challenged to dress up in a spirit day and bring a bag of items to donate. Charities range from pantry items, hygiene and self-care, to children's toys, baby items, and home care supplies. Together, the Caymans raised more than 1,500 pounds of pantry food items, 600 pounds of self-care and hygiene items, 165 brand new toys, 20 bags of baby food and care items, and 40 bags of home supplies. This event helped our ASBs see how truly impactful our passion for community service can be, and how it can not just affect our student body, but our whole community. Recently, this project was recognized by the San Diego Kiwanis Club Foundation, where I was honored to receive the Laurels for Leaders Community Service Award, a competition between ASB presidents from across San Diego County. As a result, our ASB was awarded $3,000 to fund future service initiatives, allowing us to continue making a positive impact in our community. Thank you again for your commitment to school choice and supporting environments where students like me have the ability to take on leadership roles and serve our community. It has been a privilege to be a part of a school that prioritizes both academic growth and real-world impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And Navy usually beats Army, so there you go. All right, so we are down to item, yes. So now we also had received, I was going to show them. So we had received a number of electronic comments for this section. And I just wanted to acknowledge that we have received them and we are working our way through them. There is quite a few of those. So thank you for those of you that could not be here and submitted electronic comments. All right, so now we're down to Human Resources Division, and the first item on there is F1. Normally, we would just move that to consent. However, as I was reviewing this item, which is the classified personnel report regarding just classified, to that section here, there we go. And it's a report that reflects the classified personnel activity since the last Board of Education meeting. And I was going down the list and I was noticing that there was quite a few basketball, soccer, cheerleading, things like that. What I found really interesting is that it noted that it was basketball coach boys varsity, basketball coach girls varsity, soccer coach boys varsity, girls soccer coach varsity. And I really appreciate our district and I know that I'll be fighting for this, and I spoke in front of the CIF on this, that we keep girls sports girls and boys sports boys, and keep the boys out of the girls sports. So that's why I pulled that, because I wanted to highlight that and say that I personally will be working with CIF to follow the executive order that was signed on that topic. So then the other thing that was pulled is on, oh wait, so then we'll just go down to F3, which is,
On that, we have to vote on it.
oh, okay, so then we're going to vote to approve F1. And so then we'll do student board members first.
I'll make a motion
Oh.
to approve.
Thank you, Christy.
Second.
And we have a second on that. So board members in favor? Well, student board members in favor?
Aye.
And then board members in favor?
Aye.
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 So that motion passes. So that's going to drop us down to F3 because we did prove F2 on consent. So F3 is a motion to adopt resolution R2024-2025/19, resolution to decrease the number of classified employees due to a lack of work and or a lack of funds. So I'm going to give this to Dr. Good.
I would first like to acknowledge that we have 2 speaker cards on that topic. So we'll have staff presentation first, and then we will do 3 speakers on F3, and then we will have board discussion and vote.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Good.
you. Thank you, President Weller. As you mentioned, this is a recommendation to the board to adopt this resolution, decrease the number of classified employees. I want to emphasize that the layoff process is very prescribed by law, wherein we must notify employees by March 15th of an intent to lay off for the following school year. That timeline is extraordinarily early in our planning for the subsequent year, and the picture of our needs for next year isn't readily clear at this point. Nonetheless, we must meet this March 15th layoff deadline. My sincere hope is to be back by May, when our picture is much clearer in our planning for next year, to make a recommendation to hopefully rescind as many of these layoffs as possible. What you are seeing for your consideration is a recommendation to reduce the total FTEs in the classified ranks by 10.59 FTEs in a variety of job families that you see on the resolution itself, as well as a reduction of hours in the health office assistance.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Good. So for public comments related to an item on the agenda, the board will hear those comments directly following staff presentation, which Dr. Good just did. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 20 minutes. Generally, each person may speak for up to 3 minutes. At the board discretion, how many cards do we have?
3 on F3. We have others on F4.
Okay, but it looks like we have time to allow everyone to speak up to 3 minutes. That will be timed as well. And so at board discretion, in order to allow all persons the opportunity to speak, we're not going to reduce the time. So I'll move through that. Following public comment, the board will entertain a motion and a second, and then convene discussion on the item. Public comments not related to an item on the agenda will be shared during the public comment section, which we just had. So then the first person that has put in a card here, it would be, it looks like Caitlin Beamish.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Beamish Sanchez, and I'm an English teacher at Orange Glen High School. I'm speaking today in response to the proposed staffing cuts of both classified and certificated positions in the district. Staff of our district are deeply invested in the success of our students and in such a way are active contributors to the continued success and improvement of our youth's educational experience. For our TOSA sections, these are positions that directly impact our students' experience in the classroom and in CASP results. The way that we continue to improve these scores is through coaching and strategies learned from our content TOSAs so that the classroom experience that we know our students are having are transferring to the testing environment. Without content TOSAs, teachers are who are already overwhelmed. With the demands of instructional time with students and without content TOSAs, we will not have the resources necessary to make the improvements to our practice for the benefits of students in actionable timeframe. Intervention TOSAs, be that academic and attendance TOSAs, work directly with vulnerable students on the precipice of earning credits and therefore their diploma. We spend hours working with students directly, hearing their struggles in their academic and personal life that present barriers to academic success. Without them, this responsibility falls on the shoulders of teachers and counselors, especially with limited access to social workers. With 36 students per class and 5 classes full, this is unmanageable. For our temp, probationary, and tenured teachers at risk of being released. These are young teachers with the energy and innovation and to work with students day in and out to meet their needs. Teachers care deeply about the learning and well-being of the youth of Escondido, especially as they are securing their positions as foundations and pillars in our community. They pride themselves in their role of teaching and teaching our students to be critical thinkers who can think for themselves. Our classified staff are integral to the systems in our school and running smoothly, and therefore creating a safe and productive environment for learning. For example, if we were to close our library assistants, the library clerks, the entirety of our textbook checkout for our 2,000 students at Orange Glen High School would fall solely on the shoulders of our single librarian and would make this process more strenuous for the librarian, staff, and students. While we are aware that our enrollment is declining, I implore you to consider solutions that are outside of projected deficit spending and focus on the actual students who are in our schools right now that will negatively be impacted by losing staff that love and care for them. Retirement incentives are cost effective as a way to say thank you to our veteran teachers and to save younger teachers just beginning their careers. This solution has recently been adopted by San Diego Unified. Another solution is to collect the 1% standard fee from charter schools, who likely are enrolling students from our public schools that we're losing. This nominal fee can improve our schools in meaningful ways. Our teachers and classified staff directly impact our students' education and lives. They are community members of Escondido, born and raised here, with a commitment to give back. I ask you to consider alternative options so that the staff can maintain our commitment to Escondido's future.
Thank you. And then the next speaker will be Cynthia Varela.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Cynthia Varela, and I'm requesting your reconsideration of my position as library clerk at Orange Glen High School. By retaining this one library clerk position, because I know the other two will be filled, we will be saving those 2 combined salaries. Retaining this role at this site is critical to the success of the students we serve. OGHS is the only site with the middle college program, serving 330 plus Palomar College students. As the library clerk, I manage essential tasks, including barcoding and distributing the college textbooks. This can be an additional 200 plus books. And maintaining check-in and out of spreadsheets. Without this position, access to resources for these students will be delayed, disrupting their academic efforts. The library media tech, OLA, handles behind the scenes tasks like resource management and compliance. However, these responsibilities can only be performed effectively with the library clerk's frontline efforts and support. The library clerk position is eliminated. All of the clerk's duties will which is managing Destiny Library System, supervising middle college students and unscheduled students in our library, handling billing, tracking student check-ins and outs, returns, inventory, creating IDs for students and staff will not be completed. Compliance and resource management. The library clerk ensures that the materials are tracked properly, preventing losses and damages. Without this management, the district risks accruing unnecessary costs due to untracked and damaged materials and potential non-compliance with the Williams Act. Overall, keeping the library clerk position at OGHS is crucial for managing the additional workload of middle college. Eliminating this role could lead to costly overtime, efforts from temporary staff unfamiliar with Destiny and issues with the Williams Act compliance. An experienced library clerk is vital to ensuring smooth operations, accuracy, and success for both staff, high-performing students, as well as the students who need more support.
Thank you so much. And then the third speaker on this topic will be Jacqueline Magadon. Thank you.
Esteemed members of the board, I'm here today to speak in regard to Resolution 19. My name is Jacqueline Magadan, and I am a laboratory classroom assistant for alternative education at Orange Glen High School. To give you a better idea of my role, I work in the Learning Center, where I offer both instructional and technical support to our campus online students using the Edgenuity online learning platform. While Edgenuity enables us to serve many students simultaneously, it also involves tasks such as projects, essays, quizzes, and exams that require direct support. Managing a class with such diverse needs can be overwhelming for a single teacher, especially when students need individual assistance. Eliminating my position would not only negatively affect teachers, but also place students at a significant disadvantage, potentially stalling their progress during class time. This setback could severely impact their academic success, particularly for those seniors who are racing against time to recover credits and graduate with their peers. Throughout my time at Orange Glen High School, I have been an advocate for students who face language barriers or who may be hesitant to seek help. What has resonated most with me is the opportunity to play a role in the educational journeys of these students, offering support and encouragement when it's most needed. I understand that the district is facing difficult decisions and budget pressures, but I implore you not to cut the laboratory classroom assistant position in alternative education. Such a decision would have a far-reaching negative impact on the students. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. All right, at this point, there's no more speaker cards. So then what we're going to need to do is make a motion. I need a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-2025-19, resolution to decrease the number of classified employees due to a lack of work and or lack of funds. Can I get a motion and a second on that, please?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you.
And I just want to emphasize the comments that Dr. Good made, and just wait, I can't comment yet, right? I made a second.
Well, we're going to vote on. Yeah.
Seconded. So can I start commenting? Okay. Just that we're working with the information we have as of today, and that we are incredibly hopeful that come May, that Dr. Good will be presenting us with an opportunity to bring back some of these positions, and that I appreciate the time you took for the comments. I work in an area that is known as prevention. And unfortunately, prevention doesn't always have a lot of data that follows it because you prevent things from happening. So while I, again, respect and appreciate everything that was said tonight, I hope too that it is taken into consideration that as a board, it is our job to look at multi-year projections and prevent what is being presented before us. So that is what we are hoping to do today. And with that, that is my second and my comments.
Other board member comments, please?
Question for Dr. Good here. So obviously on the sheet that we all see here, we have FTEs listed, right? There's a certain, we'll call it percentages of an FTE, and why we don't have a full person.
It's calculated based on the work year and the number of hours. So some of these positions are not 8 hours, some of them are less than work days. And so that's how why they would be less in certain.
And maybe a question for Dr. Casas. So when we say a reduction of campus security, what is that going to do to the safety of our?
I can talk to that one if, sorry. That position is currently vacant. And by not filling that position, it puts that particular campus back in line ratio-wise, students to campus security.
And are there any other positions on this list that are due to vacancies?
A couple of the library clerk positions are vacant, 2 of those, of the 3. The lab class assistant, 1 of those is vacant. And then same thing with the campus security that we just talked about.
Perfect. So quite a few. So I would say, would you give that a percentage? Third?
Well, I would phrase it like this or frame it like this. What is before you will touch 10 people. 7 of those people are in a position.
Thank you.
There was also some comments about TOSAs. Does the classified,
Can I follow up?
oh, please, David. Yeah.
Ryan, sorry. So when you say vacant, how long were those positions?
I believe the campus security was just within the past couple months. The library clerks, one took advantage of an early tell that we did earlier in the winter to try to ascertain or help clarify the picture. And one just recently submitted the resignation. So some of these are relatively recent.
Thank you.
As it relates to TOSA and classified, are there classified employees in TOSA positions or that?
No, the
Okay.
acronym for TOSA is teacher on special assignment.
So when we get to the next item, I'll have some questions on that.
Perfect.
I do have a question. It noticed that there was in the library, or sorry, one for the laboratory, the laboratory classroom assistant alternative education. So is that considered Valley basically?
No, those are support staff that are in our learning centers at our 3 comp sites. Currently, there are 2 support staff in each learning center. This proposed resolution would scale that back to 1 in the learning center.
How many students are in there at any given time?
I would want to follow up with you on that. I don't want to speak out of turn.
But normally probably estimate like 20 or 30, or it's hard to say.
I think it varies by time of day, by student schedule.
Okay. And so since it's a laboratory classroom, that doesn't mean it's a science related.
No,
It's just.
this is just simply the job title.
Got it. All right. Any other board member comments or questions?
I've got another question regarding the licensed mental health clinicians positions, 1.7 FTEs. So, I mean, given the rise in just general mental health concerns, what's the effect that you possibly foresee in letting?
We would still need those positions, and those positions could be outsourced.
Do we currently outsource?
At times.
At times you do?
There's not a need for as we have them now.
Thank you.
All right. So then,
And on Ryan. So what you're saying is for
David, speak.
I don't know if it's the mic itself.
you're good now.
So I just want a clarification on that. When you say it's outsourced, so that during the evaluation, you determined that with the workload and as Ryan said, mental health issues are increasing. That position, is one person going to be able to manage all that?
We can scale that back, yes, and manage what is in front of those positions.
So do we have any data on how many people use that service?
Not at the top of my hand. I know that Dr. Casas can work with SPED to get that. Yes.
Just to
Get
be
that
clear, the outsource concept, like we've worked with Palomar Family Counseling. I believe this district has probably had a contract with them since before I was born. We've had a contract with Palomar Family Counseling for years. So the outsource is something that we've had that relationship for years. So let's be real about that.
I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
All right, I do want to thank President Katie for coming and speaking. I know what it looks like from that side as well. I've spoken before boards before and they stare at you glassy-eyed and the vote goes not how you don't want it, and it's very frustrating. I can tell you for sure though, the amount of time and energy that has gone into the decisions on this, it's not easy. It's very hard to sit up here, even when you're taking the vote and afterwards. So I hope that you know that however this vote turns out, because honestly, I don't know how it's going to turn out. We are up here to serve the benefit of the students, and going forward in the LCAP, we're definitely going to take more attention to how we can do this. Also, you know, as we said, we can bring these employees back, I guess, if I'm right, Dr. Good. And so, yeah. So, but we do have to take by state legislation used tonight to take a vote on that. So with that said, we already have a motion to adopt the resolution. Barring any other further discussion, and the student board members will not be voting. This will just be a up or down vote. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, none opposed. So that motion passes. We now go to Human Resources Division item F4, and that is let me get this in front of me here, a motion to adopt resolution 2024-25/20, resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction or elimination of particular kinds of service. Here again, Dr. Good will be speaking on that.
Thank you, President Weller. This is much the same layoff process as I spoke to with the last resolution, with the same March 15th deadline. Again, that timeline is particularly early in our planning for the subsequent school year. We don't have students fully scheduled in classes for next year, given the timing of this. Of course, that means we don't fully understand our needs for next year. Nonetheless, we are bound by the March 15th deadline. Much as I said last time, my sincere hope remains here. We can be back in May when the picture is much, much clearer to rescind as many of these as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Good. Currently, at this point, then we're going to go to public comment. And the first person that has turned in a card is Alyssa Wallace to speak.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Wallace. I am the instructional coach among several other things at Del Lago Academy. And I just came here to share some numbers with you. So the first number is 53. 53 is the number of studios the EUHSD instructional coaching team facilitated in the 2023-24 school year. 33 is the number of studios the same team facilitated just in the fall semester. 182 is the number of unique individual teachers that participated in a studio. 35 is the number of teachers at Del Lago Academy. 34 of those teachers have received coaching from me this year at Del Lago Academy. 99 is the number of interactions that I've had with these 34 teachers. 124 is the number of face-to-face coaching that I have given these teachers. And all of the hours not counted are the time that I spent planning and preparing for all of those things. 10 is the number of new teachers in the past 2 years who have needed onboarding into Del Lago's unique instructional model. 2 is the number of coaching sections I do this with. 1 is the number of coaching sections I'm supposed to do this with next year. So many years ago, when I was a new teacher, I created a teacher's hierarchy of needs. I kind of based it on this idea of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which if you're not familiar with it, you get to the self-actualization part at the top of the pyramid, but you need the safety, the physiological and the psychological safety in order to get there. So thinking about that, I needed to triage as a first or second year teacher. What are the things that I need to focus on in order to help me be the best teacher? So at the top, what place I wanted to get as an educator was to innovation. And then below, grading and assessment, below that, curriculum and instruction, almost at the bottom of the base, relationships and classroom management, and at the very bottom, institutional support. The institutional is the site admin, the district admin, the school board, access to professional learning, and of course, the instructional coaches. The thing about Maslow's hierarchy is you gotta have that strong base if you ever want to reach the top of the pyramid. So how can we expect to improve student outcomes without the institutional support? And to be clear, you are part of that institutional support. Our board and our cabinet and our coaching capacity they're planning on cutting our coaching capacity in half. So you grow this beautiful studio structure, you have an amazing professional learning program, and then you're going to cut our capacity to continue to carry out this program. We're going to reduce our teachers' access to the coaches that can help teachers get better, but then ask teachers to raise test scores. And I'm supposed to do that with 1/3 of a coaching period, by the way. So at Del Lago, because of the way we're set up, I am the math coach and the science coach and the English coach. So how am I going to raise math test scores with 25 minutes a day? The cutting of instructional coaches will have a ripple effect on student outcomes across the district, particularly at DLA, since we're already offering at half the equivalent sections at the other sites. And our teachers require unique coaching and professional learning for our instructional practices, our project-based learning, our grading practices, our systems, our integrated and interdisciplinary curriculum.
Hey, Alyssa.
Yeah.
I want you to finish. Do you have much longer?
I have one sentence left.
Go for it. And then I have a clarification question.
So I'm supposed to do that with one period. That's an impossible ask. And so I am asking you, don't cut the coaches at DLA, at any of the sites. They're needed.
Thank you. There was one number you threw out, which was 34 teachers. What was that number?
34 teachers is the number of teachers out of the 35 teachers at my school that have received direct coaching from me.
So there are 35 teachers at DLA and 34. Okay.
Currently, there are 35 teachers.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. Next speaker will be Caroline Potter.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Me llamo señora Potter. Soy profesora de español de nivel 2 y AP lenguaje. To be honest, I'm at a loss for words concerning these proposed budget cuts from our district. Upon hearing that 4 Spanish positions are possibly in jeopardy after 25 years of teaching Spanish at the high school level and post-secondary level, I am appalled that I actually have to worry about possibly losing my position. Wait, there are a few words that actually do come to mind when thinking about these proposed budget cuts. How about shock? Shock of what I'm actually listening to. Oh, wait, hold on. Next is fear. Fear for the future of my job and the livelihood of my family. Oh, here's another word, nervousness. Nervousness for the unknown of not being able to possibly pay my mortgage next year. Oh, and then ultimately, anger. The feeling of anger is not something that I experience very often. I am a very positive, very outgoing, very wonderful teacher, okay? But as of right now, today, all I can possibly think of is anger. How can our district, who is sitting on a reserve amount of $41 million, conceivably propose budget cuts by eliminating permanent teachers like myself. I've been doing this almost my entire life. I started when I was 23 years old, and now I'm worried about my job? Are you kidding me? This is absolutely inconceivable to me. Every adult I've spoken with today has asked me the following questions. Why are they doing this? How are they doing this? For what reason are they doing this? And all I can say is, you know what? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't have the words for what the powers that be are doing over here. There is no explanation, especially when we look at the lack of spending funds to attract and retain high quality teachers in our district. And on top of that, the amount of hoarding money that is going on around here. Oh, wait, hold on. Create community, build community, foster community, encourage community. This is what the core message is from our admin. One more sentence. From our school-wide campus motto is, from our district, everything is about community, right? This is what we're trying to do with our students, our parents, the citizens of Escondido, which I live here and my kids go to Eller Green and Bear Valley, and they're gonna end up as an Eagle with me in my school. Well, when is this action of eliminating teachers? You are literally destroying the community that we are trying to build here. 4 Spanish positions? I'm sorry. No. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. You have been heard for sure. Brenda Knapp. Brandy, there we go. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, President Weller, School Board, Superintendent Peterson, and Cabinet. My name is Brandy Krebs, and I'm the president of the Escondido Elementary Educators Association, your sister district. I stand before you today not just as a concerned educator in this community, but as someone who believes in the power of education to shape the future. We are here to address a pressing issue, the proposed layoffs of teachers, counselors, and support staff, an action that directly threatens the very foundation of our schools, our students, and our collective future. An action that goes directly against your district's mission. Let's be clear, cutting teachers, counselors, and support staff is not just a budgetary decision. It is a direct attack on the quality of education and student well-being. Our educators and counselors are not mere numbers on a spreadsheet. They are the heart and soul of our schools. They are the guiding forces to inspire, challenge, and support our students every single day. Their dedication goes beyond lesson plans and college applications. They nurture potential, provide emotional support, and serve as role models in times of need. One of my former students, Thea Varela, is here tonight and is directly affected by these cuts. She is a product of Escondido schools, and you are failing her and others with your proposed cuts. Layoffs will result in overcrowded classrooms, leaving teachers stretched thin and unable to provide the individualized attention that students need to thrive. It will mean fewer support systems for students struggling with academic pressures, mental health challenges, and life at home. Counselors are not a luxury, they are a necessity. Their role in identifying students in crisis, guiding them through personal struggles, and helping them plan for their futures cannot be overstated. Beyond the immediate harm to our students, these cuts send a troubling message that education is expendable, that the well-being of our children is negotiable, that our community is willing to sacrifice its own future for short-term financial fixes, projected deficit spending. God, I love that term. But let me ask you this, what kind of future are we building if we undermine the very people responsible for preparing the next generation? You have $41 million in reserves, over 28% more than is necessary for your fiscal solvency. Instead of balancing budgets on the backs of our educators, we must explore alternative solutions. We must push for fair budget allocations and demand that those in power prioritize education, not diminish it. Our voices must be louder than the rhetoric of budget cuts. Our actions must reflect our belief that every child deserves a quality education and the support necessary to succeed. I urge this community, this school board, and leaders to reconsider these layoffs. Stand with your teachers, stand with your counselors, stand with your support staff, and stand with your students. When we invest in education, we invest in the community we serve. I guarantee the community doesn't scream out to save school boards. They cry out to save teachers and staff that directly work with their children. You need your teachers, counselors, and support staff, and so does this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. And we definitely look forward to working with the elementary district moving forward to integrate the whole thing and bring up student education. So thank you for that. Is there an Andrea? Yep, Andrea, you're up.
Thank you. Hi, and good evening to all of you. Thank you for coming out tonight. It's very important that we are all speaking out in regards to things that we believe in and are against. I'm Andrea Sima, current special education teacher at Rincon Middle School here in Escondido, and vice president under that Wonder Woman over there of Escondido Elementary Educators Association. I was an elementary math TOSA teacher last year, was for 5 years, loved it. Even after my colleagues and myself put all of our efforts and demonstrated that our students were capable of massive growth, we were cut. So let's see what those math growth scores look like this year. Anyways, long story short, TOSAs were cut due to a board decision to cut the very people who supported students the most. I'm speaking tonight in regards to the proposed budget cuts on the backs of teachers and counselors. Please, take it from me and my 26 years of experience in this Escondido Elementary District. When you cut teachers and when you cut teachers and counselors, the students pay. Who will pay? The students. When you cut counselors, your students will pay. Especially when you have a surplus of 41 million. I believe that it's only required to have a 3%, and yet you have a 34%. I urge you to rethink the 4 million you say you have to cut. Keep the cuts as far away as possible from students. Let's not make the students pay for the decisions that you make up there. Please have a growth mindset and learn from the elementary district's mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you for all speaking and coming tonight. It's definitely hard to hear for sure. And at the same time, it's very informative and we do take it to heart. At this point, I'm going to reread the recommended action and then I'll need a motion on that. So I'll need a motion to adopt resolution 2024-2025/20 resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction or elimination of a particular kind of services. Need a motion, please, in a second.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, so now we can open up discussion on this. Any comments or questions for anyone? Dr. Good?
Yeah, also, Dr. Good, do you mind commenting on the English teachers and the Spanish teachers? 3 and 4.
Yes, again, trying to project at this point in the school year our needs for next year, knowing that a lot of the TOSA sections that we plan to reduce are staffed by English teachers. That will put downward pressure onto our English classes to have room for those 10.
So what does this do to class sizes?
I don't believe it's going to project to change class sizes. There is contract language that specifies the number of contacts a teacher have with a student over the course of the day. That will not change.
So then bringing up my previous question, can you go to TOSA? You know, there's so many acronyms. I know it's teacher, what is it again? The
Teacher on special assignment,
Thank you.
TOSA.
Can you like define that a little bit? Like, are they teaching one subject and typically all day and then they teach another one? Can you kind of explain, you know, how that works?
I'll give you the 30,000-foot level and then I'll let Dr. Casas come in and
Okay.
up if there's anything left to say. A teacher on special assignment is just that. Their assignment is special. Wherein a typical teacher will teach, say, 5 sections of math. A TOSA might teach 2 sections of math and be released for 3 sections to do that special assignment. That special assignment can range anything from what Ms. Wallace explained to coaching other teachers, to providing intervention to students who are struggling, to supporting students who are struggling with attendance, kind of everything in between. So in reducing those sections, that math teacher who may have been a TOSA doing a special assignment for 3 sections, instead now will be full-time math.
Got a quick question. So how many English teachers do we currently have? And how many Spanish speaking teachers do we currently have?
So right now, there are approximately, were this resolution to pass and were all these layoffs to go through and none rescinded, and we're a long way from that. Were that to happen, that would leave approximately 68 teachers who are authorized to teach English, have an English credential. With Spanish, again, if this were all the way through, would leave 25 Spanish teachers.
And what is the class sizes currently?
Currently, I don't know them off the top of my head, but they can go up to 35 typically.
Okay.
Question for you. In terms of the TOSA, would you say that the majority of these English teachers and Spanish teachers are TOSA related?
A lot of our TOSA assignments are with English teachers or with math teachers. Not so much the Spanish teachers, but there's a need from some of the action that was taken in closed session for Spanish space.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question related to Spanish classes? Is the student selection of Spanish classes going down?
That's what it's projecting right now. And again, from
Why would that be happening? Is there, are there a number of students that we're seeing that are fluent Spanish speakers taking testing to get out of taking Spanish classes?
no,
Why would there be a less students enrolling in Spanish this year versus past?
my supposition would be less students in the district.
Less students, period. And we haven't accounted for the less students in the district for how many years has it been that we have not looked at class sizes related to that type of,
It's been a while.
or COVID?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Superintendent, at an upcoming meeting, I think I'd love to have a presentation of basically class sizes at all the high schools. And I know that we can't go through every class. However, if there was a list of class size of all, and so it'd be like class name and school and size. And then that way we could get a little bit better. You know, I'm very critical. I was born and raised in California and I love my state and I'm not moving anywhere, but I'm very critical of the state of California binding our hands like this, that we have to make a decision on this before March 15th. We do have a surplus in this district. There is a part of me that does want to vote no against this resolution, you know? So let me finish. The thing is that I gave you time to talk, please. Thank you. I should say we gave you time to talk, not me. The thing is that we can bring these teachers back. That's key. And I don't think there's a person sitting up here on this board that does not agree with me thinking that we're going to work really hard if we decide to approve the cuts to bring everybody back because we need it. And that's why when, so it's back in May, Dr. Good. I'm thinking that at the April meeting, we could have a very serious conversation of class sizes and the use of these teachers and other teachers. Because I know that I've been on the board 2 years and I will not lie to you. I feel like I'm just coming up to speed on this. And if you tell me what's in the LCAP, Bob, honestly, I'm fairly confused on what our goals are, but we are making efforts to make changes on that. So I really appreciate everyone coming tonight. I'm extremely critical of the state of California. If the governor would like to have me on his new podcast, I would love to have a debate with him on some of the laws that we're restricted by. But if anybody knows him, I'm up for that. So with that said, are there any other comments on the board tonight?
Can I say something really quickly? I just based off of everything that we have done, me and Alondra have done with LCAP and going to all of the schools, this does affect the students, and I thought you guys might want a student opinion on it. Specifically for counselors, one of the biggest things that students have said that they need more of is counselors. And like it's already really hard to like gain access with counselors, for counselors to be able to handle all of their students. I mean, it's hard for me as a senior who needs help on scholarships and stuff like that to gain access with my counselor, because even though we have declining enrollment, it's still a lot of students for only 4 people per school to handle. So like I would just encourage you guys to think about like the real impact on students when it comes to just the teacher one, because it does like affect the students a lot, and overcrowded classes is a really big thing. I mean, my class has 38 students in it already, and it's an AP econ class, which means that not many students like actually enroll in it. So just putting that out there.
Can I add something else?
Yes, please.
Because as Kaden said, I was also there for the LCAP, and another thing that I've noticed for the counseling, but I also noticed a lot of tutoring, and I worked as a peer tutor, and Ms. Wallace is the advisor, and well, today I found out she coaches too. So just like cutting off teachers like that or like employees like that can have a huge impact, especially students who I hope personally, students who struggle, especially in math, because this, like, I won't like blame you guys or blame the elementary like district, but honestly, this district has failed students in math a lot, a bit in English, but especially in math from what I've seen, because the lower I hope students, like freshmen last year struggled a lot, but this year's freshmen struggled even worse. So I think you should focus on more on students and how to help them resource.
Would you say that they were struggling the most in English or math? Which one of them?
Math.
It's interesting. I asked the superintendent to put on the agenda tonight a topic for a math subcommittee. So we will be in fact talking about that in a while here, because we do know that we want to improve that dramatically.
And I have a quick
Bill?
question for you on that, Alondra. You mentioned that this year the incoming freshmen are struggling more than last year. Is that because we're doing something different here, or do you feel the students are coming in less prepared?
You know what? I can't really differ or like say something, because I also realized that most of these students during COVID is when like they had like when they were supposed to learn like long division, fractions, multiplications. But I think we should also factor how math teachers should, not math teacher, but this district should help math teachers help them improve with their multiplication. I know it's like an elementary school issue, but like I said, COVID kind of ruined that. So I think as high school teachers should take a lead on it and help teachers because actually, I've seen more that math teachers have been extending their tutorial. It used to be 1 hour. Now it's 2 hours because of how much students actually need help. I've been on lock-ins for for the board who doesn't know what lock-ins at the Lago Academy. Typically after school for like about 3 to 4 hours. We stay in. Well, I help students clear their homeworks. And what I see the most is in math. And what I hear most of them is, oh, it's just the teacher didn't explain this, or I didn't understand this because the math was confusing and it's a bit harder. And honestly, like they struggle a lot with decimals and fractions because, like I said again, they did not learn that. And I think as a district should help the math teachers improve that.
Can I ask you a question? How many tutors like you actually are active in supporting this?
I would not be able to answer that. 35.
Students? Oh, thank you. I think that's great that you're doing that. We really appreciate that. I think like Bob mentioned before, there's a whole thing regarding math. I've already done a deep dive in research on math. Now I have my opinions based on that research. I think a lot of people are probably agreeing with most likely what I'm going to say, but that's not until we have our meeting. I don't want to go off topic, but anyhow, is thank you guys. Appreciate it.
So, yeah, I understand. Dr. Good and Dr. Casas, let me ask you a question. We all know that the entire state of California struggles with math. The curriculum, the way it's taught, just everything is not working. And this is data-based, not Bob-based. And I'm wondering, would there be a way to take all these 12.6 full-time equivalent positions and turn them into math TOSAs? Wow. Okay. That helped me with my vote. Thank you. We can
You're
just move,
asking-
we
you're
can just move on.
No, the positions that are on there are not math teachers, so they would not be.
I'm assuming that all the people on this can help people with division, times tables, and things like that coming into the school district. But obviously, I didn't make my point clear enough. So I apologize if somebody saw humor in that. I have feelings too, and that was extremely embarrassing and humiliating. And I was a student once that got laughed at a lot. I am mad. There's no other comments. I call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Calling for a 5-minute recess.
Oh, it's, I ran some. Roadmap. Oh, great. Excellent. Oh.
I did, don't worry, I have.
That's why.
This is gonna help.
All of that.
All right, we're going to reconvene now. All right. So we adopted F3 and 4, and so now we're down. Okay, I call the meeting back to order. Thank you, Bill. So now we're down to F5, adopt resolution establishment of criteria for order of layoff and reemployment following layoff of employees with same first date of paid service in a probationary position. Again, this goes to Dr. Good.
Thank you, President Weller. The prior layoff resolution that was just approved, what this does is it establishes a tiebreaker criteria that would be used in the event that employees who may be noticed of a layoff have the same seniority date. This would inform who in that tie would receive the layoff notice.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adopt and a second to adopt this?
I move to adopt it.
A second.
Any discussion?
So one question, does this actually apply? Does this actually apply to people?
Yes. Yes, I believe there will be a situation where will have to apply this criteria.
What if they're all equivalent? What happens then?
Draw names from a hat, numbers from a hat.
Oh, okay.
The statistical probability method. All right, so I call for the vote.
Last
wait.
question. So, is this methodology is the same as that has been used in other districts or by us in previous years, or where did the methodology come from?
There can be some customization to this. This is what was recommended. We use based on other districts and things.
All right, we'll start with the student board members. Call the vote. How do you vote? Student board members can vote on this.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And board? Aye.
Aye.
Passes. So we now move down to item 6 to ratify the tentative agreement between the Escondido Union High School District and Escondido Secondary Teachers Association. Again, Dr. Good.
Thank you, President Weller. Present to the board for your approval, a tentative agreement signed with the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association for the 24-25 contract, as you had said. Like to acknowledge the work of both teams, Mr. Joe Gellermini, Miss Anna Cady, Mike Sovacool, Rita Guerra, Jessica Young, Chris Evans, and Mark Rayburn. And then on the district's team, Miss Amanda Phillips, Dr. Casas, Vicky Kim, Ms. Kelly Grigsby, and Corey Gregory. Happy to address any questions you may have.
So one thing that I get asked a lot by the public is that it doesn't seem like there's any, I just thought of this question, so please forgive me for thinking about this, but like accountability of improvement for classes or students. It just all seems to be hours and time and money and position. Is there a reason? Is that like a state mandated thing that we're not allowed to discuss results?
There's an article in the contract that relates to the evaluation procedures and prescribes the process to evaluate teachers and give feedback. To insert something like that into that process would be something that would be negotiable.
Oh, that's good to know. 'Cause it sounds like we could use some more accountability, that's for sure. All right.
Make a motion to approve.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Student board members?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Move down to number 7. Here again, a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between the Escondido Union High School District and the Secondary Teachers Association for dual enrollment pathways. Dr. Good.
Thank you. As you mentioned, this is an MOU with ESTA regarding our dual enrollment program. This MOU serves to extend the term of the MOU that allows our dual enrollment program to run for an additional 2 years, 25-26 school year, the 26-27 school years.
All right. Can I get a motion to approve this?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Any comments? Starting with the student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And board members? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Moving down to item 8. Here, this is the public hearing on initial proposal from California School Board Employees Association, Escondido Chapter 219, to the Escondido Union High School District for 2024-25 negotiations. Dr. Good?
Thank you. So this, as you said, is CSEA's initial proposal to the district. This is the 3rd year of a 3-year contract where there are automatic reopeners in salary and benefits and 1 additional article per side. CSEA elected to only open salary and benefits. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. So now with this, we're not voting on this, right? We're just,
Need to open the public hearing at
Okay.
56 p.m.
so I open the public hearing at 7:56 p.m. Does anybody in the audience wish to speak? All right. So now I close it at 7:56 as well. And with that said, so then that's that. All right. Now we're on item 9, public hearing on the, sorry, let me just get that feed up here. There we go. The initial proposal from the Escondido Union High School District to the employees Escondido chapter. That's interesting. Is it the same thing? I'm confused.
It's not the same thing, but it's generally the same concept. Last, we just had the public hearing for CSEA's initial proposal to the district. This item is the public hearing for the district's initial proposal to CSEA.
Got it. Going back the other way. Got it. All right. So I'll open up public comment at 7:57. If there's any comment, please come to the mic. Seeing that there is none, I will close it at 7:57. And I guess we're done with that one. So then Business Services Division, item number 1. So here we need to approve. Oh, this was done on consent. So G, let me get out the consent list here. Okay, so G 1 through 7 was consent. So we don't need to vote on those. And then Facilities Master Plan, number 8, down to Ms. Phillips.
Thank you. In December, the board awarded Renew Clark the RFP for our facilities master plan. We wanted to take this opportunity to introduce the team to the board and have this amazing group share how the plan will be developed and why we should even have one. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over to them and they're going to take over the show.
We on?
I think so.
Great. Thank you, Board of Trustees, student trustees, and senior staff for allowing us to present. My name is Steve Prince. I'm the architect and principal for Runal Clark Architects. I'm leading the planning and design process that we're going through for your master plan. With me is Kristen Rose. She's our senior planner as well as part of our consulting for foresight planning. And we're going to kind of walk you through the master planning process and kind of where we are with the process right now and what you can expect to see the end of this. A big part of, next slide, please. Big part of our practice with our team is that we're very hands-on. President of our company, Roger Clark, is going to be a part of this design process. You'll see him in that process, as well as our team of Jessica Manson and UBC. Jessica's actually helped bring in state funding for projects. And you can see in our kind of statistics there, we've actually brought in over $1.2 billion in state eligible funding for projects through districts. We've worked with over 114 districts and over 100 different sites, and have worked on over 2,500 projects in the state. And just in a small period of time, now 75 years in our history.
Master plan. So in general, we look at a master plan as serving 2 primary purposes: as a planning tool for your facility and for your district, and as a communication tool for your community and state. So it helps to understand the available space that you have for students, to understand the condition of existing buildings, to understand the ways in which your facility should support your educational outcomes, understand community priorities. And then the facility master plan will outline what are the project scopes that are needed to take you from what is your existing state to your desired state, develop an estimate of costs, and then identify an implementation plan for how to implement. I also want to note that because of Proposition 2 that recently passed, which provides funding at the state level in the form of matching grants to school districts, now a facility master plan is required as a part of that application. Right? I'm going to go over really quickly the phasing of the master plan. I'll give you kind of a high level view. And you can kind of see at the top, that's your project phases. We talk about deliverables and then the meetings that we'll have. And then we also want to highlight board opportunities for input and interaction. The first phase is data collection. This is where we're getting an understanding of all of the existing information related to your facilities, including an understanding of your existed and projected elements, your history, your maintenance issues, anything that's related to your facilities that already exist. Then we move into facility assessments, which is boots on the ground, going through all of your facilities and identifying what are the existing conditions and needs for all of your building systems. Then we move into visioning, which says, this is the long-term vision for how our facilities should support our educational programs. From there, we also want to engage with community members to get their input on priorities. Then we develop the actual master plan. That is the project scopes and the cost estimates related to all of the projects that are identified. And then the implementation plan, which says, okay, we've got all of these needs, all of these projects identified. How are we going to implement over time? And so part of that process, we'll develop a capacity analysis. We'll develop a facility condition assessment. We'll develop a community engagement summary. We'll develop the facility master plan and estimates. And then we meet regularly with the steering committee. We have had our kickoff meeting with them. And so now we're coming to you to update you as well. And we'll check in with them on a regular basis. And then there'll be other opportunities in a large visioning workshop, in community forums to also get input from other stakeholders. I want to point out some key points for board interaction and input. We'll check in with you on a regular basis, typically as phases conclude, to provide you an update on the work that we're doing. But there's also an additional opportunity during the visioning process to invite board members to participate to maintain those levels that you need to participate in that visioning process. So you have a hand in, are able to see what everyone is saying. So looking at enrollment capacity and utilization, this is just an overview of what you can expect to see. And this is how we look at capacity and utilization. So enrollment evaluates how many students we have now and are projected to have in the future. Capacity evaluates how many spaces are available to house those students. Utilization evaluates how programs affect that capacity. So a lot of times what we see is you have classrooms as the available space. Sometimes you have specialized programs that take over those classrooms and reduce the total capacity for enrollment of your students. So we'll look at that and get a better understanding of that. And then the master plan identifies the quantity and types of spaces, support programs, and enrollment. Slide.
Like Kristen was saying, part of the process too is the facility condition assessment. This is where a team is going out to the sites and actually evaluating all the different physical elements of the building and the site. That includes on the building envelope, roofs, exterior walls, exterior doors, windows, everything that kind of makes up a physical. We're also looking at it from the different building systems, their air conditioning and heating systems, electrical distribution, looking at low voltage and technology, plumbing and the sanitary systems, fire protection, and security concerns.
You guys follow Lee instruction for energy efficient buildings? Okay, so I don't know what their policy are regarding that. I'm just kind of wondering because it's, I think California Green requires that. So I think that needs to be investigated a little bit further.
I can speak to that. The California Building Code and Green Code actually has us design facilities up to a LEED silver.
Okay.
That's automatic. What we don't actually do is actually certify it through the LEED process, because that's actually, it's an expense. And so, but the code actually brings us those building envelopes to those standards very quickly.
And you guys are responsible for all the permits and such, or any
The
demo?
individual projects will do that. For us right now, as a master plan architect, we're looking at it kind of at a high level.
Okay. So you're doing the architectural layouts and
Yeah, at a high level.
design build?
Find the projects. Once we actually start, projects get defined by staff and the board approves those, then the individual design teams will actually go into more What we're trying to do at the condition assessment level is understand what's their life expectancy. When we look at air conditioning, we're looking at
End of life.
how old are the units? Do they have 5 years left? Do they have 2 years left? What's that cost? And then the whole process of how we actually identify that through it.
And longer, if you have a good preventive maintenance program, it extends the end of life on the.
Right. And there's also strategies about going all electric versus natural gas or a combination or such. So those are things that are all going to be part of that plan.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
There's also part, we're talking about the condition assessment. We're also looking at all the interior finishes, looking at ceiling finishes. The next slide, sorry. There we go. We're also looking at the interior finishes to make sure the ceilings, wall finishes, flooring, furniture, fixtures, and equipment are all up to date, as well as accessibility. Accessibility is always going to be something that we're looking at as we do individual projects. Another big part of this is going to be the site assessments. We're looking at parking, landscaping, fencing, furnishing, and really trying to get a full understanding of each site as a whole, both from a building, site, and right now the teams are about halfway through the assessment process right now with this district, and we should actually be wrapping up those condition assessments by the middle of March.
How does this inform the master plan? The facility condition assessment collects a lot of data, and what we do with that is develop a facility condition, which gives us an understanding of what the needs of anyone are. FCI is the ratio of the cost of the current compared to the value of. And so if, for example, you have an FCI rating on a facility of 10%, that means that currently you have needs that represent 10% of the total cost of that facility.
What does that tell you? I mean, so what do you do with that information? So, yeah, the cost of the building is 100% obviously.
Can you go back to the slide? If you, it kind of gives you a heat, this is a visual representation of that. It gives you a heat map. It does let you know which facilities are in better or worse condition, right? It's a degree of magnitude for us. And so it just helps you to kind of summarize what's going to be, quite frankly, a lot of data. Talk about facility condition assessments, about just going into it becomes thousands of points. And this just helps us to summarize that for you. You have an understanding of the magnitude.
What software are you using?
So our partners, Bureau Veritas, go out and that is what they do. Facility assessments, and they have software that they have developed. So it's proprietary. They developed it in-house.
Okay, gotcha.
Then that data then is brought down and actually will then interface with the Teletron software as well. So it'll be data that can
They're compatible,
used so that when you start to look at air conditioning replacement across the entire district, you can start to see that okay, these units look like they're that they're still serviceable, but in 5 years, we're going to need to replace. You'll be able to see that through that data analysis.
Okay, so moving into the visioning phase. This phase is all about aligning outcomes. And so you know, or we know that you have educational goals, standards, and requirements. Those outcomes, those standards are set by the state, right? And then you have curriculum frameworks that are also established by the state. And then what we seek to understand is what are the instructional methodologies that you as a district are using in the classroom in order to deliver on those outcomes. That then informs what's called an education specification guideline, which identifies what are the qualities of the environments, spaces, and the adjacencies between those spaces that should be the standard for your facilities and how they should support your education. What this does from a master planning standpoint is it gives future design teams a guide for how your facilities should be designed, right? So when we develop the master plan, we'll identify those guidelines. And when your design architect comes in to implement a specific project, they'll know what are the criteria I need to bring into this project in order to.
Can you give us like a quick example?
Yeah. So for example, we might say for science classroom, right, that all science classrooms need to be laboratories. They should have sinks and gas and be able to provide any science instruction. That might be something you decide for your science classrooms. And so your design architect would go, okay, I know that I can't just put in, say a science classroom with desks and chairs. It needs to be a lab setting. That's the things that we'll define in that vision.
Or what about, for example, we happen to be a heavy CTE type of district.
Yeah.
So you're planning and planning buildings and layouts accordingly.
Yes, so that'll be a big part of it too. As part of the visioning session, we'll also have focus groups. We'll meet with all of your departmental teams, which will include your CTE team, to get a better understanding. Not only what are your pathways, but what are the requirements for the different types of space. As an example, you might have, medical pathways, and you want certain types of facilities for those versus construction technology, engineering spaces, right? And we'll want to define what those guidelines are.
Yeah, on the science side, and that safety is really important, as well as lab side dealing with waste.
Yeah.
That makes it a lot more complex. It's typing. That's where the price.
Yeah, for sure. A science laboratory is much more expensive than a standard classroom, but we'll also define the criteria for each of them.
Ryan, we made sure that Mia's she's on the steering committee. So we know that's a big part of the district facility plan.
Thank you.
So community engagement is also going to be a really big part of the facility master. We want to make sure that we're bringing a plan to you that is informed by your community. And this just kind of outlines the approach that we take to community engagement. This is our engagement toolbox. It starts with informing. It's information sharing and education. I want to emphasize this a little bit here because the education piece is really important in order for us to build consensus as the project moves. I want to make sure that we're all starting from the same frame of reference, from the same understanding. So that's part of what we do when we reach out to your community. We're also seeking to educate them on anything they might not understand or the context in which you're working. For example, the limitations or restrictions on facilities funding, or helping them understand how schools are constructed. We want to make sure they understand that.
What is DSA and why do we have to do things like that? I mean, surprisingly, a lot of people, your references talk about that regulatory processes. That's a big part of the education. A lot of the aha moments.
So another component of this toolbox is consulting with any. Do that in a couple of ways. This might be surveys that you can send out to everybody. That's a large reach and it allows everyone to have a voice in the process. Also, when we're doing in-person engagement, we'll use live polling technology to help collect data in real time and to inform the discussion. Also means that you have data that you can look at that informs anything and is related to.
How often do you have these types of workshops?
It depends on the needs of the particular district and how they're set up. You're a smaller district. And so I would propose that you could either have one per site, which is I think what we're kind of talking about right now. We're don't have as many sites, but sometimes districts will do it regionally. But I would recommend that we do. Now the format and kind of how that works, we're still working that out a little bit. We found that depending on a community within a district, some like in person and they participate and some will not show up. And so virtual works better. We'll kind of talk about what that. One of the other things that we look at is leveraging any existing meetings, groups that you have. So if you have, or school site council, being able to leverage a meeting that they have where we can come and speak to them where they're already gathering. Other meetings, those groups where they're already. And then the next piece is collaboration. So this is more hands-on when we talk about a workshop. When we facilitate that workshop, it's going to be more people getting up, collaborating together, working on canvases, really developing ideas and sharing and going through a process of saying, what should our vision be? And how should our facilities support those outcomes? That's much more hands-on. But the ultimate goal is to empower your stakeholders in your community, that they feel like their voice is heard, so that they have an opportunity to form this process. And so this kind of goes over our layered engagement. So we start with the steering committee, which we have met with, and they are the decision makers when it comes to the project of the master plan. They determine what gets brought before you, the board, for final adoption or approval. And then we have the visioning committee, and this group is a larger group, multidisciplinary. It can include, limit it to just district teams, or you can extend that to other community partners if you wish. This is also a good opportunity for board participation. So if you have a facilities committee or board members who want to participate in the process, this would be a good opportunity. And then we move out to the users. So that would be anybody at the site. So principals, students, teachers, those kinds of things. We want that input to make sure it's informed by their specific needs. And then further out is the community, getting a broader understanding of what are the community. Throughout this process, we're moving out to one group and then bringing it back to the steering committee for synthesis, moving out to the next group, bringing it back to the steering, moving out to the final group and back for synthesis. That will help inform the master plan. It demonstrates the priorities that are established by all of these. So what is in the master plan? So essentially what we're going to be doing is developing project scopes for each of the sites, and we'll communicate that in several ways. The first form of communication is developing site master plans, which visually demonstrate what the project scopes are. Again, this is high level. We're not getting into detailed design here. We're really defining the what of the project. What is the project? General location, although that doesn't have to be the final location, and an understanding of the costs. And we do that in a 3-dimensional format as well as 2-dimensional format, so you get a really good understanding of what. And then we bring that into a dashboard. So this serves as the tool. So think about that, those two purposes, it's communication and it's tool. This side of the master plan will be the planning tool. We bring that into a dashboard, which has all of the project's costs, priorities identified, and the team can use it to start to scenario modeling, to start to look at how they might implement projects over time, to start to assign projects years. For example, this project is going to be completed in 2026 versus 2028 versus 2030. And then you start to build an understanding of what your needs for projected costs are. We're looking at everything from infrastructure, code compliance, safety and security, new construction, modernization, elements. Next. So really the implementation plan is about aligning project costs, priorities, and funding. And so you'll see some version of this. This particular example, the district grouped their projects into these categories, and then we aligned all of the costs in those categories to their bond series. All right, so moving on to the education piece. This is kind of a glimpse of what we'll share with multiple stakeholder groups. We want to make sure that we understand the context in which we're. So building schools in California. So this is the construction process. We will talk about this kind of timeline as an overview, highlight some of the key areas when it comes to building schools in California.
So part of the education, it takes looking at understanding all those kind of also helps process it. And looking at the
So how would you do that? Would you stagger it, like work on this during the summer months? Because, I mean, if you're doing renovation and demo and that, we still have kids in school certain period of time. So is that stagnated? I mean, is it offset it by the school year and then built during the summer months?
part of that time, some projects are what we call and some of the larger projects may be a need. Part of the on the actually or interim actually address the right.
How did you like dealing with, how do you deal?
Very specific, not a master plan. Yeah.
Okay.
As an architect, we do this as so it really is project. On site. This level, this site, all the buildings need to be. We're going to go ahead.
Just real quick. Yeah, you're talking about trailers. So I went to an elementary school that was built in the 50s, and my entire elementary years were in trailers in LA. And then they just hadn't prepared for the baby boom generation. Then we had an earthquake in 1971 in LA that destroyed or made inhabitable our gym, our cafeteria, and half the classroom buildings. So we went to school in trailers the entire time. It did not affect our ability to enjoy the school at all. We just wanted to see our friends. So if we have to put kids in trailers, they'll get over it. They're just glad to be here.
Replace. Actually.
May I,
That's good.
I can add something. I went to Mission Middle School when it was under construction for a new building. When it rained, we had to take, well, before the rain, but we always had to take a long way. But when it rained, it would be like really flooded. So I do not advise construction during class time.
A quick question. So you're talking about the timeline here. This is the timeline to build a new building or build a school?
This is just
Another critical aspect of understanding master planning California is funding schools. California. When it comes to facilities, the intent is that school facilities not have allocated Prop 90 general fund or capital improvement. The legislator is that you are reaching out to communities to generate those funds. So the way that that happens, we call this the and so there's two local sources that help you to leverage. First local source is developer fee. So any home builders that are coming in and building new homes mitigate or offset the impact of potential that can all kinds of different forms as well, CFDs. And all.
We know if we actually get those?
The second form of local funding is a general obligation bond or tax, but it's for what's structured. But typically, it's a general obligation tax measure that's voted on by your community, by taxpayers, or creating funds for these capital projects. Measure A or measure whatnot on the ballot, and so that is primary source for school districts in California raise funds for capital. And then the state can also pass a bond, which they recently have propositioned about a total of $10 billion. It gets put into several different buckets. Bucket for modernization. Bucket for small school districts, charter school, what have you. And so the way that that program works is it is a matching program. You bring money to the table from your local funds. It matches that money depending on for a modernization project, it's match, and for a new project, it's also based on eligibility that says that permanent buildings are eligible for those matching funds when they 5 years. Portable buildings are eligible for those matching funds 20 years. Recent to Prop 2 have added, which is a really good thing, added the ability to also include support potential facilities like administration. That previously was not part of
Are you involved in this, Amanda? I imagine so.
What does this mean when it comes to developing a master plan? Because of the way that facilities funding works, as the limited resources that you have, the lack of bond funds that have been available last or so, the state program is highly encumbered, we'll call it that. There are a lot of projects that are in line. And if LA Unified, for example, were to put all the projects through, all of the funding, San Diego Unified as well. So if they got all their projects through, all the funding would be gone. It means you have limited resources. Districts have a high level. What does that mean? That means we need to prioritize and look at what are our priorities, the projects, what can we implement over time. And the more that you move through those priorities, the more funding. And so what we will identify in the master plan are those level of priorities, and we'll look at it in a couple. We'll look at things like immediate needs. We'll look at things that are should do items like capacity needs, life cycle planning for the future. We'll look at things like that are would like to do items, program enhancement, things that really, for example, make your program excellent as opposed to adequate, right? And then future consideration. A long-term project that's a wish list that doesn't necessarily. When we look at facilities assessments, we'll also look at it from a hierarchy of needs, right? So we'll start with physical needs. Costs, these are an understanding of where you're building systems that currently need replacement or repair, current costs. Then we'll look at capital needs. Those are keep-up costs. What are our planned life cycle replacements? Maybe it's not a current need. That HVAC unit doesn't need to be replaced right now, but it will need to be replaced in 5 years. We'll identify those. And then beyond that, functional needs are anything that's related to the function of the facility, the efficiency of a facility, the need for it to adhere to new code requirements, and then those programming.
So funding, and that, so what you're saying is that we have to look at bonds.
Typically, that's really your primary funding mechanism. And your general fund dollars are intended for anything related to facilities, is intended for general maintenance, like, doorknob break. Reactive repairs for capital improvements, replacing whole systems, improving interiors, things like that. You're going to need some other source.
Okay, so the lottery ticket I buy that's supposed to go to the educational system in California.
The lottery does provide some funding. It's just not very much.
It bought the microphone you're talking into, David.
Also, I want to point out there's over 1,000 school districts in the state of California. They all get a piece of that. And so that goes very quick.
Okay. So the primary deliverable that you have for us is the master plan, right? How far are we into that process at this point?
We have just started in that process. So I'll give you an understanding of where we're at. We are in the facility condition assessment phase. I will say it's not linear. We're kind of doing things. We have kicked off with the steering committee. We've presented to them a lot of this information. But here's our process. Here's how we need to do this project. We've started to identify our stakeholder groups and what that might look like. We have our assessment teams on sites doing their assessment. They're about halfway through. Again, they will be completed around March 17th or so. And so we're in that early phases of understanding existing conditions. Next up for us is going to be the visioning workshop. So working with Amanda right now to schedule that and identify all the people. I would say that's kind of the biggest hurdle in master planning, is getting all of the input and getting everybody together. But that's kind of our next step, is that moving into that visioning.
And then after the point in which we get the master plan recommendation, right, at that point, additional services by you would be to help us implement those things if we chose to. Is that correct?
Well, from a planning standpoint, my services, from a design standpoint, the next step for you would be to identify. So our goal will be to identify an implementation plan. You guys will start to identify what are projects, but I would say your biggest hurdle is going to be to identify funding. If we identify projects that are, say, $1 million at a high school, if you don't have that money available, it's determining what you're going to do to generate those funds or identify. From there, let's say, for example, you did pass a bond. Then you would identify your design teams who could then start working on those projects. Then in terms of facilitating or managing any kind of bond program, that's really up to the district and how you guys decide. Internally with their own teams, some districts hire program managers. It just depends on how you want to run.
Amanda, this is where you work your magic.
Absolutely. I think Kristen did a great job. Once we have the plan, that's kind of the foundation. And then that will lead us down many paths potentially. There could be applications for Prop 2 once those are released. There could be other sources of funding that they can potentially help us find. But really their services end at that facilities master plan. And then it's really up to us with board direction, board support as to what do we do next. If we do something next, if we do nothing next, we at least have direction and we have a plan. And Brian's out there in the audience has a very long-term plan of facility hopes and dreams. But that we would hope to have some sources of funding that we could at least go after and look for to make these dreams come true.
So there's different phases with regards to the bidding process.
Yes.
After the funding's approved and then construction, all that.
Yes. If we were to actually source $50-100 million, there would be lots of bidding and lots of processes for procurement and construction.
But even on from a, the minimum viable product, I would say, right? So at this point, we've got our own homegrown master plan, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Right.
What's the expiration date on that?
It depends on how long we look, but typically we're projecting out about 10 years. That's a reasonable window of time where we can say we expect these projects to. You should update it. Also, I want to point out that with Proposition 2 requirements, you go and submit a project for state funding based on your eligibility. And that can be any size project, right? As long as it affects eligible states. If you go to Proposition 2 funding, they are looking for you to also submit a 5-year master plan. So essentially a master plan that is relevant within 5 years of your. Now, I will say that program itself, they haven't fully defined rules, the timelines for applications. That's still in the work right now in terms of how they will that program and when you need to submit that master plan. But essentially, you'll need to at least be looking at it 5 years, and maybe 5 years is a light refresh. And in 10 years' time, back and.
What would you say the majority of districts do with the plan that you propose? Specifically, districts will say our size, our age.
Precise. Right. So there's maybe always be is a living.
Yeah, and I guess
Education program. Here's from other.
Yes, more math classes.
And I just want to reiterate as well. I mean, the whole purpose of this plan is this master plan is to figure out what we have, what we don't have. It's not, we didn't have a discussion on layoffs, an hour ago, and now we're talking about getting a $50 million bond. That's not what we're doing. We're just trying to figure out what are the conditions of our facilities, right? And understanding what we don't know.
Yeah, and I think some of it, it's a safety issue too, with regards to our infrastructure and rooms and that need to be addressed immediately. So always, we got to be wary of that inducive to a kid's education to have a healthy, safe environment to be taught in. So that's important to remember.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Ryan. It's long-term planning. It's something that the board approved in December. It's been in the works for a while. The RFP process was done in the fall. The contract itself is paid for with facilities funds from Fund 25, so not general fund proceeds go to pay for the contract. So separate funding. So it's a completely separate process.
Superintendent, did you had mentioned at that a couple board members would potentially be on the subcommittee or helping out on this?
Help with the visioning process. Yes. So it would be good to know which board members might be interested in serving in that capacity.
Anybody on the board interested in serving that capacity?
I would be, thank you.
Oh, that'd be excellent. I definitely nominate Christy Knight.
I second it.
Bill, do you want to be on it since you have strong opinions on school site building? You can get back to me.
I'll get back. Probably let's.
There's no action on this item.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no action, but through just by giving me feedback, we can find out which board members are most interested, and we can have up to 2 board members on a visioning committee.
And I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I remember the answer to this question. What's the timeline in terms of getting our final master plan ballpark?
Goal is for
June. Okay, thank you.
Pretty reasonable.
I just want to mention something because you had brought up bonds and we've talked about bonds. And that's when I got involved on the school board was back in 2008 with Proposition E, which was a $98 million bond that we voted for. And 3 years ago, we started making it was basically added on to a previous bond that expired in 2021. 2028, we added on a bond that will finish paying off in 2024. But we're working on if we start adding more money to that, we're just pushing. I'm just saying.
That's excellent that you said that because I did not know that and I would be totally opposed to that for sure.
Yes, just to clarify what Bill said, the requirement for T was that the community not make any payments on T until Prop A complete. So the community did not see Prop T on their property bill until A had been completed. I think in other communities, you might see multiple bonds on your property tax simultaneously, but this one was specifically written so that you could only see one at a time.
Because the school district didn't want to increase the current payments, so we just said, here, let's have the current payments extend out another 30 years.
Oh, defer it out. Yeah.
What's funny is the federal government ended those negative amortization mortgages a few years ago, but it's interesting we're still allowed to do it on school bonds. That's interesting.
So it's just something I'd like to just have out there as we go into this, because if we are looking for a bond.
That's why you got to be on.
But either way, today in this whole process is about just finding out what we don't know.
This process is to develop the 360-degree view, to develop a facilities plan. It's not to decide which projects we want to do and how to fund them. That's later. That'll come after the plan is finished. We begin to prioritize the projects, look for existing local funds that we already have. If they are inadequate, then the board can have a discussion about, do we want to ask the voters for funds through a general obligation bond? So by doing this master plan, you're in no way obligating the board to put a bond before the voters. That's a decision to be made at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more discussion? Okay, thank you.
Thank you
folks
so much. Appreciate it. Great presentation.
All right, we move to item 9, approve positive certification of second interim report for fiscal year 2024-25. Again, Mrs. Phillips.
Yes, thank you. So tonight you have our second interim report for your approval. This is the second required report of the year where we update our budget through January 31st. The report before you tonight includes the assumptions we discussed at our board workshop last month. The second interim report indicates the district will be able to meet our financial obligations and in the current year and 2 subsequent years. So based on this, the district is recommending the board approve the positive certification. Happy to answer any.
All right. Before we discuss it, I need a motion on this to approve.
Motion to approve.
And a second.
Second.
Great. I did have a question here, but I lost my page, so just give me a second to find it. So, based on what I can see here, so at the end of page 1, bottom right, Escondido Union High School multi-year projection summary report, that effectively in column second projection, so FY 26-27 second projected year combined, the number at the very bottom, the 26,057,000.
Yes.
That's basically the money we have left over after everything's spent. What's that number?
That is the ending fund balance of the combined. So that's unrestricted and restricted. So when you think about the 2 sides of our budget, you have the unrestricted side, and then you have the restricted side, which is all of those restricted funds, like our title funds, all those ones that are really restrictive and have specific purposes versus the unrestricted side, which is more like the local control funding side and the sides that are we have more flexibility with. So the combined column puts those 2 together. And so, yes, that is the ending fund balance in the 3rd year of our multi-year projection.
Okay, looks good. I mean, looks like we're in good financial shape. Well, thank you for that. Any questions from anybody else on the board here? All right, so then I will start with the student. Well, I don't want to put,
but before you, just to kind of add to that, right? The numbers look fine in a sense, right? There's still that concept of deficit spending, right? That we heard so much about earlier today, right? But I think it's important to note and remember that, the reason why we have a multi-year plan is because there have been plenty of school districts who are not conservative or responsible, right? And the fact that we are making these decisions today is and shows that we are in the minority in a sense, and we are making the decisions, however hard they might be, making the decisions that we need to as a district. Be financially conservative to make sure that we've got money in the bank and to make sure that we're doing what we can. That's the, why we have some money in the bank, right? I wouldn't say, things look great because still in that same.
I have to agree with you because I've been reading and there's a lot of districts up north that have gone bankrupt pretty much.
all right. So we have a motion so that I'm going to call the board first, then the student board members, so they don't feel like they're on the spot. So then let's call the vote to approve the positive certification of the second interim report. All in favor, say aye.
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 School board members?
Aye.
Aye.
What did I do?
And student
All
members.
set.
Student members, thank you.
Oh, aye.
Thank you. All right. So then we move to Educational Services Division, and items 1 and 2 were approved. Well, actually, item 1.
Pulled H1.
H1 I pulled. It was interesting. A lot of times I've been fairly critical on our things, but tonight I think I have something interesting that I found in the for the item district and site staff to attend the California Continuation Education Association. And Dr. Casas, if I'm correct, it's kind of helping out with like, things for Valley High School and stuff like that. So we did a little research and I thought this was really good. I'll read what we wrote. Some of the schools they're highlighting in this conference in their newsletter are actually really cool. There's a continuation school that gives kids opportunities to earn a golden ticket, and they get to go to detention if they get it. Then they make detention something that you can't go to without a ticket. It can be like 1 week. If kids follow the dress code, then the ones who get a golden ticket get an extra 15 minutes at lunch with a special snack. Then the principal focuses on students who aren't earning the tickets and they strategize over those students. Apparently, the school has seen this school that they were doing an evaluation on. Apparently, the school has seen big behavioral changes because most of the kids really want to earn the golden tickets. The goal is 75 to 85% of the kids each week earn them. It's called twisted detention, which we think is pretty funny and that we think that teens would find it pretty funny too. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the teachers come back with from that conference. So thank you for finding that one. We do need to vote on that one as well. So I am in favor of that. So if I can get a motion to approve that.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Student board members.
Aye.
Thank you so much. Either one of you two will need the detention, however, so we're. Okay, so then we are down to the MTSS and Dr. Casas.
Yeah, last month, there was a board member request for a presentation on attendance, given that our attendance rate has improved. Inclusive of that, our chronic absenteeism rate has decreased, if you recall, in the LCAT metrics presentation. And I believe it was board member Mr. Vincent that requested it. So with us today, we have our Director of Assessment Accountability, Dr. Adriana Lepe Ramirez, and our MTSS coordinator, Mr. Oscar Vera, to share what we've been doing and an update.
Hi, good
And we
evening.
apologize that you're having to present at 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, no worries. No worries. We're just happy to be here.
We always enjoy your presentations. They're very educational, though. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an LCAP, though. This is our MTSS for attendance. Good evening, President Weller, esteemed board members and cabinet. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present how we implement our MTSS framework to support students and improve attendance. So here is a brief overview of tonight's presentation. Well, first, we'll be providing an overview of our MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support and attendance, and discuss the various supports available at each. There will be a lot of acronyms, and I apologize. I will do my best to explain them as we go. Next. So MTSS. MTSS consists of 3 tiers of support. Tier 1 is our universal support. So these supports are available to all students across all academic settings, and they generally meet the needs of approximately 80% of our students. Okay. Tier 2 is what we call our supplemental support.
Would you mind giving just brief examples of what a tier, what like tier 3 would be, tier 2? Like,
happy to. That's kind of the rest
Later,
of our
got it.
Okay. So we're going to review what we do at each tier for it. This is just an overview of MTSS overall. Okay. So tier 2 is generally supplemental supports. So these are designed for students who require additional assistance beyond tier 1. So these supports typically serve around 15% of our students. And then finally, tier 3 is our intervention support. So these are reviewed for the few students needing highly individualized interventions beyond the supports that are offered in tier 2. So tier 3 usually supports approximately 5% of our students. So what does tier 1 look like for attendance? So again, these are the interventions, or these are the supports that are provided to all students in all academics. Right? These supports include classroom expectation presentations and activities,
that are expected to be carried out by every teacher in every classroom. This includes PBIS, CHAMPS, participation, social contracts and things of that nature. We also have our first 5-day curriculum, which includes administrative conversations with students that review our student expectations for behavior, academics, and attendance. It includes our restorative practices that are utilized to help students feel welcome and creating a sense of ownership and community within each class. We also use our automated phone calls for students who've been absent or tardy to class. And we have our teacher-student check-ins, which include a follow-up conversation with the teacher and a student if a student's been absent or they're seeing a pattern of tardiness. And we also have our Saturday schools, which are available to students not only to receive additional academic support, but it's for them to recover attendance as well if they missed any. Next slide. So here we have our 3-year summary of attendance, which is broken down into 4 categories. So these data points are all as of January 21st for each consecutive year. Right, so the 4 categories that we're looking at are our excellent rate. So this means that the students are missing less than 1% of instructional days. So you could see where our students have been over the last 3 years. The next is our satisfactory rate, which is students in this group are missing between 1% and 5% of the instructional days as of 95 instruction. Make sense? Our manageable rate refers to students missing between 5 to 10% of instructional days, and our chronic rate refers to our students that are missing 10% or more of instructional days. So again, this is based on 95 instructional days. So a chronic student would be a student missing 9.5 days or more of instructional days.
I'm going to ask you a question later when you're finished.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. I don't want to ask you now because I'm on a roll here.
Well, can I ask now that we've already stopped?
I mean, I am on a roll, but I'm happy to. Stop.
Chronic. So what you're saying is 18.2% of the students this year are labeled as chronic.
As of 95 days of instruction. As of January 21st, 18.2% of our students were identified as chronically absent.
I mean, now that's a great.
Less than the year before, and then yes.
Yeah, which is great, but that feels like a lot to me. Is that a lot like across other districts or?
We'll get into that. We are comparable to other districts nationwide, really, and you'll see some of that later on.
I'm going to ask you the root cause.
Oh, yeah. And again, if I had that answer, I think I'd fix the world's problem.
I'm going to rely on our student to address that question because they probably have somewhat of an insight.
Oh, I just had a clarifying question. Is that unexcused and excused absences? Okay.
Okay, so as of January 21st, nearly 60% of our students fall into the excellent and satisfactory, meaning nearly 60% of our students have missed 5 or less. We're going to look at the positive. The majority of our students are missing 5 or less days as of January. Right? For tier 2. So again, our tier 2 supports are designed to support students who require additional supports above and beyond those that are provided in tier 1. So again, this usually applies to about 15% of our students. So in tier 2, now we have our personalized calls from the attendance office, and we have our short-term independent study contracts that are offered. Our attendance letters are being sent out via School Status Attend, which is a program that we use to help track attendance. Then this is for students that have truancies or for students that have excessive excused absence, meaning the parents are calling them out absent. We also offer our SART meetings. Our SART include our school accountability review teams. which are usually made up of an administrator, a teacher, a TOSA, and we meet with the parents to try to find the reasons why students aren't coming to school. School sites can conduct home visits, issue lunch detention, or place a student in the reset program. And the reset program is only offered at Escondido and EHS. We'll go into a little detail onto what that is in a second. But finally, we have our SARB meetings, which are similar to the SART. These are our School Accountability Review Board meetings, which are held here at the district office, and they usually have a larger panel of participants. And that helps us really identify the resources that are needed to support the students and the families to get them to attend. So our 2-day reset program that's offered at Escondido and Orange Glen is an intervention program designed to really help students identify the root cause of their attendance, behavior, or academics. And it reinforces our school expectations and provides additional resources and supports to students on a more individual. Any questions on our tier 2? Right. So here we have an overview of the mailed communication that we provide our families regarding students. Based on the data that we receive from Attend, 67% of the students who got an initial attendance notice didn't have any additional absences that required follow-up. So again, the national average is 53%. Our district is currently at 67% of students who get that initial letter and then the attendance adjusts. So aside from the 6,321 welcome letters that were sent home at the start of the school year, our district has currently, or as of January 15th, sent out 4,745 parent. That would be all of these letters that have been sent out to communicate our attendance concerns with our parents.
I'm sorry, so follow-up question here. So you've got, so our district, the save rate, right, which is the percentage of students who, after initial notice, avoid, turnaround, right?
Avoid any further.
Yeah, so ours is 67%, average is 53, and that's California average or?
It's nation.
National, okay. And
Do
so
we have California?
I don't. I don't, but I could research that and get.
Okay.
Which of the mailed letters or digital communication needs to be like responded to by the parent? Like, does the parent have to sign a letter and bring it back? What's that? Or are you going to get into that?
So by the second truancy letter, we require a SART meeting. We require a meeting at the school, and the parents need to come with student, and we'll discuss more in depth what the concern. That would be between second and third. Any other questions?
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I did. So I was just asking to educate myself on excused versus excuse. Is it
calls it? Well, and it's a little more than that. So yes, if a parent calls, but it does need to be a legal absence. So if a parent calls and says, hey, we had a birthday party last night and we just got home too late, my kid's not going to school, that's not a legal absence. So it's not really an excuse. So unexcused. Yeah. But when you're looking at excessive excused absences, is a parent who's calling to say their child's not coming to school because they have a headache. And they do that over a week or over 2 weeks, or again, they start falling into a pattern of it becoming excessive. So that's what these letters excuse.
How do you know it's the parent that's calling?
True. Generally, we take the callers.
Okay.
Hey, they're going to get the letter. If it's a student calling on their own behalf, their parent's going to get the letter letting them know that.
Okay, gotcha.
Getting too many calls excusing their absence. Okay. Okay, so we talked a little bit about our short-term independent study contracts as part of our tier 2 interventions. So as you can see, these are contracts that are generally offered to students who've missed anywhere from 3 to 21 days or they plan on missing anywhere from 3 to 21 days. And this could be due to a planned absence or an extended illness. For example, a student has COVID or a student is leaving the country for the death of a family member. So a short-term independent study contracts allow students to make up the classwork and receive attendance credit while they're staying on track academically. So last year, we targeted a total of 199 days. Our recovery rate was 26%. So via the contracts, we only recovered 52 days. This year, as of the first semester, we've targeted 466 days of absence. We've recovered 144 days, so we're at a 31% recovery. We're really going to continue to push and encourage our students to do a short-term independent study contract. That one, they're staying on top of their work and we're able to recover that. Any questions?
It looks like you did a lot more contract days this school year than you did last school year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like, and again, a lot of this is the efforts of our attendance office and students being aware of it being available. And so we are getting a lot more traction, and we have an amazing attendance video on our website. If you'd like to watch it, it really gives a lot more detail available in it. Any other questions?
Wait till.
Slide. Okay, this data shows the outreach and support that's provided by our attendance TOSA to really improve student attendance. So what this graph here shows is the engagement and contacts by site. So by contacts, we're looking at emails, phone calls, student check-ins, home visits, and parent meetings. So this semester, Escondido has reached out or served 60 students. Of those 60 students, 800 contacts. At Orange Glen, 207 students were served and 1,213 contacts. And at San Pasqual, 106 students were served and a total of 2,066. Make sense? Correct.
So each.
And it's going to look different for every student. You might have a student who needs to be connecting every morning, right? The plan might be, come see me every morning before you come to class so we can get you ready for the day. Other students, it could be once a week. Could be at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day. It really is just tailored to the needs of each student. So essentially, you could have one student who gets 40 contacts in a month, or, you know, it really just depends. It's tailored by student need.
Is there a reason why the number of contacts? It just seems like San Pasqual seems like it's way out of whack with the others.
So each school utilizes their TOSA periods differently for attendance. I know that 2 of our schools have 3 release periods for their attendance TOSAs, and I know San Pasqual uses other TOSA periods to add additional supports. So again, every school does have the flexibility to utilize their supports however they deem necessary. Okay. Right. Okay, so I'd like to welcome Oscar Vera, our MTSS coordinator, to the podium to review our current Tier 3 attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Lepe Ramirez. Our Tier 3 attendance support is reserved for more intensive wraparound services. These intensive supports help ensure that students with significant attendance challenges receive the necessary interventions to re-engage in their education. These supports include possible placements at Valley High School, LEAP program, Learn, Explore, Achieve, Prepared, offered at our 3 comprehensive sites. In addition to our outreach efforts, we prioritize students with 504 plans and IEPs by collaborating with special education team. We tailor meetings to address attendance concerns and develop targeted supports. Alternative school placements in rare cases Where our district cannot provide these necessary supports for a student's success, alternative school placements may be considered. However, this is our last resort, explored only after all interventions have been exhausted. Right? This data highlights our data tracking, our previous school year to our current school year, year semester 1. As you can see, we have already surpassed or are on track to exceed the number of interventions offered compared to our previous year, highlighting our continued efforts to support students' attendance. Slide. This data highlights progress we've made with our Tier 3 attendance support. Compared to last year, we have seen a significant increase in both students and parent engagement, improved communication, and stronger connections between families and schools. The increased number of parents seeking additional support demonstrate the growing need in personalized, tailored to assistance provided at Tier 3. This wraps up our presentation. We hope this overview of MTSS attendance supports gave you a better understanding of the service available to help all students improve school attendance. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good presentation. I have a couple of questions. So have you ever looked at chronic attendance and what their graduation rates are? Do they drop out eventually, or do they continue through the school system? Or is that too much data that would have?
We haven't looked specifically at our correlation between our students that aren't graduating and our chronic ism, but I would be confident.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody know the root cause? Like, can I ask you maybe some more, maybe deeper questions with regards? Is it based on them missing the entire day, or are they missing specific classes, not showing up?
It varies. I mean, again, we are talking about students with some students. Again, the situation varies. Some students are leaving early. Some students have chronic illnesses. So it really just, it's the gamut of.
Well, I'll just jump in real quick.
Thank you.
Remind the board that we are 82% unduplicated district. And when our team goes and does home visits, the report, because I get weekly reports. I said, you asked about root causes. It could be access to clothing. So students don't come to school because they don't have access to a washing machine. So we, with our title funds, have actually purchased gift cards to the local laundromats. I mean, this is the level of need that we're addressing.
I'm very
Access to transportation, housing insecurity, family trauma, mental health. And so our team has done just an unbelievable job to reduce our chronic absenteeism and bottom line, increase our ADA. But these are very, very unique circumstances, and they vary from family and from student to student.
I'm very moved by that. I'm glad you guys are out there doing that to help these kids out. That means a lot. Well, thank you. And thank you guys. I appreciate that.
We are seeing the benefit.
No, I just know a lot about the chronic absentees because a lot of my friends was transferred to Valley because they didn't have access to transportation because their parents was either taking care of family members, didn't have a car, or their house was too far away from bus stops. And then the problem was that they weren't able to get to Valley either because it was just the bus stop problem in general. So it like for a lot of them, it does have to do with basic like burnout, stuff like that. You'll see a lot of seniors skipping because of burnout, but I do think it has a huge thing to do with what Dr. Costa says with no access to transportation, no access to really any to a lot of basic essentials that they need to feel comfortable going to school.
So is there anything we can do to help them with the transportation part of it?
Yeah, our team has been really collaborative with social services, with our social workers, transportation department. Like I said, every situation, every kid, every family is different, so every solution is different. But yeah, that's why we have these SAR meetings at the district as well and home visits.
Offer out of out.
And are students aware of that or the family? Okay, good, good. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I missed it, but there's the reset program at OG and EHS. Did we discuss that or did I miss that?
I reviewed it. It's a program that allows students, again, just to reset, reflect on the root cause on why the program really is for attendance, behavior, and academics. So there's 3 different curriculum. Our attendance curriculum really allows the students to reflect on the impacts of their attendance, why they're missing school, and really provide those more individualized.
And then, so how effective is that program and should we be putting that into San Pasqual?
So sites were given the option of whether they wanted to run it. San Pasqual opted out. Both Orange Glen and Orange Glen and EHS were excited to get it started. We just started second semester, so I will have more data as it progresses. So far, all of our students do take a survey at the end of the 2 days, and the results have been amazing. The kids are grateful for the program, and they feel that it's really gotten them back on track, getting them ready for the rest of the school year. So our data is looking really positive.
Good. Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for staying late and doing this. Another phenomenally great presentation. Thank you, guys.
All right, in an effort to continue moving on, we've got a first reading for curriculum revisions, and this goes to Dr. Casas, I believe.
Proclamation.
Oh, we have proclamation first?
Number
Oh,
4.
sorry, my bad. So we're going to do a proclamation in observance of Adult Education Week, April 6th through April 12th. So Superintendent.
I'll turn that over to Dr. Casas.
Okay.
Yeah, in California, April 6th through 12th has been designated Adult Education Week in California to recognize the importance of Escondido Adult School plays in the community. So it's a recommendation from our Ed Services Department and from the superintendent that the board joins the state of California in recognizing the contributions that adult education has on our community.
Thank you, Dr. Casas. I know going to the adult graduation is always very moving, so I'm glad we're able to do that. All right, can I get a motion to approve this proclamation, please?
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
And from the student board member, Cadence, how do you vote? And the rest of the board members?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes. So thank you for that proclamation. It brings good. I know that Superintendent Peterson asked me to go to one night to view the school, and I am totally in favor of doing that. So we'll set that up.
Yes, we're working on Wednesday night would be particularly good. So we're working on strategically selecting one and invite other board members as well to
Excellent.
come on a tour of adult ed.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you. So then we move to item H5, first reading of curriculum revisions. And so who am I handing that up? Casas. Okay.
Thank you, President Weller. This is the first read of curricular revisions for guitar class and piano class. Last time these courses were revised were in 2003-2004 school year. And the changes just reflect the new California Arts Standards for music.
Any questions on that?
Just have a question. Do you know what the new standards, new updates were?
Yes, it really puts a higher emphasis on more performances of students.
One of my favorite things to do is to watch the Rose Parade and to watch the bands that play in that Rose Parade. Oh my gosh, I get teary every time. Those guys, those kids, it's such an inspiration. So I really, we hear a lot of criticism out in the world about, oh, we're taking away arts and music and stuff. Well, I'm glad to say that here we are not. And we even have that elective for mariachi, right? Which is super fun.
Correct.
One of my greatest regrets in life is quitting piano.
It helps with math.
All right. So there's no action needed on that. So then we'll go on to the first reading of new courses. Dr. Costas.
Yes, this is the first reading of a new course, sort of, and I say sort of because data science has been piloting in our district for 2 years now. And we have received good feedback from participating students and from parents that have reviewed the curriculum recently in IPRC. So the recommendation now is for full adoption by the board for data science. This course will also help students meet the district's new 3-year math requirement as an additional option to meet that requirement after they've taken or attempted Math 3. Happy to answer any questions you have.
We might have a student testimonial.
I'm in data science this year. I got it recommended by a bunch of my senior friends from last year. It is a really fun course. I've loved it. It's like really fun to be able, I've learned how to code, I've learned how to analyze data sets, I've written articles based off of data sets. And it's just been an overall very interesting class, and I think it should continue.
Wonderful feedback. Thank you.
Glad to hear. Thank you so much.
Yes. Anybody else have any other comments? I look forward to reading this for the next board meeting. So thank you for doing that. All right, we're going to move to section I, district operations, item number 1. And here adopt recommended revisions in board policy and administrative regulations 7214 business services. So Mrs. Phillips.
Thank you. This is a second reading. No changes have been made since the last board meeting.
Very good. So since it is a second reading,
Make a motion to approve.
thank you. In a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, I'll go to the student board member afterwards. Board members, well, how do you vote? Aye.
Aye.
Student board member Cadence.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we move to item number 2, first reading of recommended revisions in board policy and administrative regulation 3100 business services. Mrs. Phillips.
This is a first reading. I'll give you a little more detail this time. So for BP 3100, all they are doing this time is adding a few words to bring it up to speed for the LCFF equity multiplier. So that is the only change in that board policy since now we have that funding in the budget. So that's the only change there. And in the administrative regulation for 3100, it's just being updated based on AB 721, which was actually passed way back in 2023. And it actually doesn't even go into effect until 2027, but it actually gives us the option to not advertise in newspaper anymore. And we can just post the budget prominently on the district's webpage, the homepage, actually, specifically 3 days before the availability, and it will save us a whopping $850 a year.
What's a newspaper?
Exactly. So someday in 2027, we can do that.
And we can't start till 2027?
Correct. We're waiting
Patiently.
excitedly.
Okay. I move to approve. Wait,
I know we can.
reading?
It's a first reading.
This is a first. You're very excited though, Ryan. I appreciate that.
It was so easy.
All right, we come to item number 3, the renowned governance handbook that I know the superintendent is very excited that we finally approved this.
Thank you. Yes, as you know, the board gave a lot of input over the course of 3 different governance workshops this year. In terms of defining what our unity of purpose is, what effective governance is, what are our roles and responsibilities as a governance team, as school board members, and also the board had discussions on our norms and our protocols, how we conduct business, how we conduct our meetings, how we communicate with each other, how we get items on the agenda, etc. We've added things to this handbook that we've never had before, such as a governance calendar. We have linked a lot of definitions that we didn't do before. I want to commend the board for its time and its diligence in preparing this governance handbook. Based on the discussion at the last governance workshop, I believe that what we have here is a draft that encapsulates all the input from all of the board members. And so staff is suggesting that the board adopt this handbook at this time. And of course, it is something that should be revisited on an annual basis, ideally, to update our norms and protocols. So by approving this tonight, it doesn't have to be set in stone forever. We can always revisit our norms and protocols and amend them as needed.
Well, good work. Thank you for putting this together. I know that for people, new trustees coming on, it'll be a great help. And even for those of us who've been around for a couple of years, I'll still rely on it. So thank you. Can I get a motion to approve this, please?
I move to approve the handbook.
Second.
I'll second.
This time I will start with the student board member. If
Wait,
you
can I make a comment?
please.
Can I get a new picture?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
Good.
We'll make a note of that.
All right, good.
We're just going to AI it. Okay, pal.
My work.
Okay. So then student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
And trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
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 You have your new handbook, Mr. Superintendent.
Oh, it's your new handbook.
Yes,
There we
but-
go.
Okay, so then we come to the creation of a board subcommittee on mathematics. And so we're going to discuss and consider whether a board subcommittee on mathematics curriculum and instruction would serve the board in an oversight function. Let me read what public you wrote here for public content, and I blew it up into a Word document so I can actually read it. A board member, myself, has requested a discussion on the merits of forming a board subcommittee on mathematics curriculum and instruction as a means to better inform the board about the historical and current status of mathematics achievement among district students and whether the district's current curriculum and instructional practices are helping to achieve the district's academic achievement goals. The discussion may result in the board taking action to form a subcommittee and to appoint 2 board members to the subcommittee. The board may also decide not to form a subcommittee at this time, but rather look at other means to carry out the CSBA, the California School Board Association Professional Governance Standard, to maintain accountability for student learning by adopting the district curriculum and monitoring student progress. So thank you for putting this on the agenda, Superintendent. It's interesting talking to other board members in other districts. Sometimes getting things on agendas is extremely hard and doesn't happen at all. And you've always been extremely receptive to doing that. So thank you so much for doing that. You know, we heard a lot from teachers and students alike that we're really struggling in math. And, you know, it cannot just fall on Dr. Costas' shoulders by a long shot. You know, the state has implemented a ton of new math things over the last 20 years. And it's interesting that we're going to discuss it tonight. I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Vincent. It's interesting. He's a very good AI and project or paper, what do I want to say? A development person for special assignments. And he
Data science.
Data science. Thank you. He's so good with AI that I was just thinking about a new math subcommittee, and the entire proposal was written for me in my inbox. And I don't have it to hand out tonight, but David, if you could kind of go over a little bit about what you found in a summary, maybe keep it to 3 or 4 minutes about the California math curriculum and what we've seen over the last 40, 50 years.
Well, say it actually look at the statistics on math and that we've seen from 1997 till 2010 that we were the golden child of California in 1960s and 1970s. We were the envy of the world for education. And we had a good math system and standards in place where we've shown very high academic scoring in that, between 81%. This was a 7% increase over 7 years. We looked at
Just to clarify, so what year were we at 81%, whatever the test was?
2000 and 2000, just before 2010, when we started switching over to the under Common Core.
So 81% were at grade math level. Wow.
That's based on grade 10 CAS. Yeah, statewide. Yeah.
I think you're talking about the California High School exit exam.
Yeah.
Which is a very
Yeah.
different assessment that we no longer give.
That grade level was based on 8th grade level math.
Yeah.
That assessment.
Yeah,
For
grade 10.
context.
Actually, grade 10.
No, they take it in grade 10, but it was based on 8th grade level mastery.
Very minimal level of proficiency before
So-
we would award a diploma.
So doing a prediction of the, I wrote it was actually 11 pages. But to summarize it from a prediction and that, instead of where we're at a 35.5 showing that under the Common Core, that we could have, if we stayed with traditional math, we would be at 40 to 50%. If traditional math had continued, okay? And what I did was I put an analysis between what changed between the, doing a side-by-side comparison, what the changes were based on the results of the core competence, Common Core, as well as traditional math, side by side, just take a look at the testing's done and that. And what I came up with is that if we look at the metrics for math, in reality, 2024, we're at 35.5%. Traditional math was 45 to 50%. That's a predictive model, okay? Grade 8 NAEP math score was in 2024 was 269, whereas traditional math was 275 to 278. Achievement gap between Black and Latino versus whites was in Common Core was less than 25 to 30% gap. Traditional math, if we had gone down the same route, would have been 15 to 20% different gap. STEM, fewest students take algebra in grade 8. Projective traditional math, higher, more students reach calculus in high school. So conclusion, California adopted in CCS in 2010, implements significant curriculum changes to emphasize concept understanding and problem solving. Texas, Virginia, and Massachusetts stuck with traditional. As the score, the average score for California is and this is the NAEP, National Assessment of Education Progress, was 269, slightly below the national average, which is 272. Texas average was 276, above both the national average and California. Virginia average was 280, significantly higher, both a national average. While Texas and Virginia, which did not adapt the CCS, have higher NAE math scores compared to California. It's essential to understand the approach, that there are a lot of variables that can impact that result. But on the average, there must have been the conclusion was that states like Texas and Virginia demonstrate strong performance in their math program, as well as Massachusetts. So if you guys want the report, I can send it to you. But it does give you some eye-opening evaluations where we went. I think we have to do something because it's not working. I think a lot of students are struggling. Spoken to students, even some teachers are having. So we have to do something. I don't know what, because that's not my area of expertise, and I'm not going to profess. All I do is look at data, objective data, and I run the numbers. I'm not I taught in university, affairs degree, SDSU. I set up my own curriculum, but I'm not a high school teacher. I don't have the credentials that I am, but I do understand data, know how to look at data analytics and able to analyze things. I like it, or I'm not going to more meat and potatoes that needs to be evaluated in order to make where we are at now. And I think that's the reason why Bob wants to look at that. I would like, however, to consider that we get a presentation, current math program.
Gonna
And
make the presentation?
Huh?
You gonna make the presentation?
no, I'm leaving that up to you, engineer Ryan. But you know our sorry, I know, go ahead.
I think you're talking about a presentation. I believe we can respond to some of the data you shared and your idea for presentation.
Yeah, first I'd love to see what data you use and what metrics. Some of those assessments were based off 8th grade achievement level, but they took it in 10th grade. I actually used to teach KC math, which was the California exit exam. So it was based on 8th grade level of understanding of mathematics to graduate high school. So the standard was relatively low back then. But anyway, the request for a presentation, I think that's a great idea. I would probably suggest maybe even a board workshop on mathematics, because there are a lot of nuances in the math curriculum, in the way the state of California assesses our students. And I also just want to relay to the board that the CAF scores are one way of measuring math performance and math assessments. There's also performance on AP statistics exam, AP calculus exam, AP calculus AB exam. There's Renaissance testing that we just implemented 2 years ago, so we can monitor the progress of our students. Recall that they take those 3 times a year, starting their freshman year. And then there's also the practical application of mathematics that don't show up on an assessment. But you just heard our super nerds are ranked 5th in California, 9th in the United States, 14th in the world, and that is heavily mathematics based. Does not refute the fact that we need to perform better on this exam. That's a point that I think we all accept. But I think a board workshop with our math specialist who's here and our science folks and our STEM team, I think would be a wonderful idea. So the board can look at what our current improvement plan is, which includes the 3rd year of math. Recall that they only take this assessment their junior year. And previous to the board adopting a 3rd year of math, only 68% of our students were actually in a math class the year they tested in math. That itself is going to show huge gains. Also, the implementation of 3 practice exams every year starting their freshman year. We expect that to also translate into improvement. And I also printed this out. You've seen this before. This is our 2-year performance in mathematics. You've seen our district-wide performance over the past 2 years since the pandemic. You've also seen the performance of our school sites, given the presentations by principals, but I don't think we've ever shared this with you together. And so I just want to give some context because this is data publicly available. Okay, so at the top, you'll see the percent of students that met or exceeded the standards in mathematics. So at the bottom there at the top table, you'll see our performance, 18.73% of our students met or exceeded standards. When you compare that to all students in the state of California, it's 35.4. So we are below the average for the state of California. But look at also the average for unduplicated students in the state of California. It's 18.1. And I'll just remind the board that we are 82% unduplicated. So when you compare the performance of our students to the rest of the unduplicated students in the state of California, we are right about average and right below the San Diego unduplicated percentage.
Okay,
And,
so
and let me just go through this data real quick, and then you guys can ask questions, okay? I'll also point out at Escondido High School. Escondido High School went from 22-23, 11.9 to 23-24, 21%. That's almost a 10% increase. Right below that, you'll see San Pasqual High School. Comparing it from 21-22 to 23-24 had a 9.3% increase, almost double digits as well. So take a look at Del Lago Academy, who historically has been our highest performance math school in our district, has relatively maintained the same. They've basically stayed at zero growth, but they remain our highest performance. Okay. Now take a look at Orange Glen. From 22-23, they went from 13 to 9.6. That's a 3.4% drop. It is our only school that went down. Okay. So when we say we have a math problem in the district, I agree, but we have a bigger problem at one of our sites because all of our sites last year either increased or remained the same. And then you look at the bottom there. Okay, I put an asterisk on Escondido High School. Escondido High School's pre-pandemic math met or exceeded standards was 19.9%. They currently sit at 21%. Okay, so Escondido's already performing better than they were pre-pandemic. San Pasqual High School, compare their standards are met, exceed their score from 18-19 was 21.3. They are not at 28.5, higher than pre-pandemic levels. Recently, last month, Voice of San Diego published that only 13% of San Diego County high schools are performing better than they were pre-pandemic levels. And they mentioned 3 of our school sites, Valley, Escondido, and San Pasqual. Only 13%. So I just want to give the board context when you're comparing and thinking about increase in achievement and the ones denying the fact that we need to perform better. But we are making progress with the exception of really one site.
agree with you. We've had 15 years to get where we're at, and that's a very low standard. And I'm not going to say it's district-wide. I think it's the statewide.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've done a great job, phenomenal job. Nobody's questioning that. My biggest issue is statewide. Why are we allowed this to happen? And there's a despair between our minority groups learning math, and there's a gap there, and we need to make sure that they get the appropriate educational support. Now, I'm just going to share a story with you that I just want to say one of our young board members shared with me. She actually said a lot of times the parents, Latino kids, learn traditional math and they can't help their kids anymore. So they're very frustrated. But my question is, how are we going to help them to achieve these goals? And I don't know if you do statistics and analyze the despair between, the various population demographics, but we kind of have to look at that.
Yeah, that was part of our LCAT mid-year report last month. We have to divide it by demographic groups, and that was reported to the board. But I think I still recommend a workshop because we could go really in depth, and we could have the specialist and we can share everything that we are currently doing to improve, and also in the future what we can do better.
I'm all for that.
Subcommittee or anything? Let's get more information.
Yeah.
Well, I think the workshop should start with a math test.
Yeah, for all of us.
Performance task. Cadence has a question.
Can I bring my calculator?
I had a quick question. Would you guys get student input with this subcommittee? Just asking students like what they feel they need support on with math, or what they feel that they're struggling with on math?
I think that's an important part because, even getting the parents' input in, because we all want to make a difference. In order for us to be competitive in the job market, communication is very important, as well as math. STEM is very important. So, that being said.
Well, I'd like to say this, okay? Looking at waiting for another presentation when basically everybody is under 30%, district-wide, you said we're at 18.73. I really would suggest that we set up a subcommittee. I'd like to be on it. I think David wants to be on it. And then, yes, we can go forward with a presentation. But even though we've seen gains, the state of California has put on us such awful curriculum, and the teaching methods of which they force on us are also so awful. I want to really take a look at how do we, because we're never getting to 80%. It's never getting, what we're doing now is never going to get us to 80%. And I think we deserve it, the students deserve it rather, that we get them there as soon as possible. I want to set up a subcommittee. We can have a presentation, on what's going on, but nothing significant is going to be able to be changed if we just continue on with the same thing here. And it's terrible. The fact that the state of California is 35% at math, yeah, people are not going to be getting jobs. So I'm thinking that we need to view this as that the house is on fire, burning down. We put a little water on it, but I would like to start a subcommittee immediately. And then we can use the board workshop to help write more details of what we're looking for. Because I want to go to other high schools around the state. I'll pay for that out of my own dime. I want to go to other districts in San Diego, other schools that are top performing schools, and say, what are you guys doing? What is it that's working for you? Because I just don't think we have it right now. And, sad. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
President, I want to say this. Yes, the house is on fire, but we ran out of water. We have to live by the rules and curriculum put together by the state. And, I don't think we're going to have too much leeway that we can do. I do think there needs to be a change, but I don't know at what level we can make those change. And Dr. Katz, you can share.
Yeah, I mean, first I want to address something about achievement. I would implore the board to seek a district that is performing better than us with our demographics. You won't find it. You won't find it. What you will find is you will find high performing math districts that have a very different unduplicated rate. And it's all about access. Access to basic needs impacts learning just like it impacts attendance. That doesn't mean our kids can't improve. And when you say we can't get to 80% and it's not adequate growth, we have two schools that are almost at double-digit increases. I don't know what in other professions that a 10% increase or nearly that wouldn't be adequate. So I just want to give the board that context. If you can find a district with our demographics that's doing better than us in mathematics, let me know. We'll go visit them by all means. But what you will find is districts that are performing better than us have probably lower than 40% unduplicated rate.
Here's the deal. I heard what you said, Dr. Costas. I will not accept the fact that these kids cannot be brought along, and I'm going to push. And so it sounds like, I'm even willing to take this to where we do change the curriculum and let the state sue us, because this is terrible. You guys, we are all, look at these scores. The fact that we're going to say, oh, we're going to be handcuffed because the state does it, that is ridiculous. I want to make a big deal about this. So it's, does anybody want, and I'm happy to get voted down tonight. I'll call a motion. Can we get a motion to set up a subcommittee tonight?
Well, can I a couple comments here? So number one, I think I love the workshop idea, and I think that'll be a great start in a sense for all of us to understand what the current status is. Jump into being a part of a committee without having the background in terms of basic workshop could give us. I think would be putting the cart before the horse. And so I would also suggest too that I'm gonna quote Bill here. This is probably what Bill's gonna say. We have one employee, right? We have one employee, right? And from my perspective, as a board, our goal is to set direction and tell John go and fix math, right? And from my perspective, it's growing, it's getting better. And, you know, none of us are math teachers. We might have a math professor here in a sense, right? But the rest of us are not, right? And so putting us as the experts to push a committee doesn't feel like it's putting the expert on the committee. And so I think while as long as we're seeing active growth, which I think I can see that we are, I don't see the need for us to kind of jump in, get meddling in.
My opinion is that I agree with you on this one. And the thing that I always say is it's really difficult, even though we all want to make a change. There's a change occurring, but we still have to deal with the state. And if we're going to do anything, we maybe have to lobby at that level. That's what we got to focus on. So if we're going to make a change, then we need to come up with an alternative for that change.
There are other school districts and schools, charter schools that use math that is approved by the state, and they're at 50, 60% in San Diego County. So I'll go do my own research and I'll bring it to the board meeting. I'll give it to Dr. Casas and I'll give it to Dr. Peterson or John Peterson, superintendent. But guys, 18% is pathetic. And I've made my point.
I'll make just some final comments here that if we do this presentation, I think it'd be really important, or not if, I would like to see the presentation as well, because I think the historical context is critical. So I joined the board when all of the new math was already in motion. So there wasn't a lot of time for me at that time to get up to speed as to what we were being faced with as a board and making a decision in which direction we went. We went with integrated math. I don't know, honestly, what's happening at the elementary district level. I've heard things out there that they're not doing the same thing with math, and so that we're getting kids that aren't necessarily aligned with the way they're going to be learning math when they arrive in the 9th grade. That's concerning. So I would love to understand what happened in 2010 to 2014 when that change was occurring and everybody was getting ready and you're getting rid of that other test and you're bringing in CASP and all of that stuff. Like what were our math scores maybe before that? What did math scores look like as we're doing this whole new thing? And then like, this has been 10 years now. It's been 10 years since we implemented integrated math. Let's look at it. As a parent and I'm sorry, I'm just really tired, but as a parent that's enrolling a freshman right now, and I'm trying to figure out where my freshman fits in with the math, it was confusing. I didn't understand. I'm like, he's in algebra, so shouldn't he be going into geometry as a freshman? And so that was a little confusing as a parent. So I just want to understand a little bit better. And I think that presentation will be good for all of us. I am very supportive of the idea of a subcommittee that can work more in depth, that has maybe some other background. I'll make it clear I'm not interested in being on that subcommittee, but I would be supportive of just like efforts like that where the board can be a little more involved in that process, because we have to make those decisions, and sometimes we don't have all the information to make those decisions that the steering committee has or other group. So yeah, I think that's if we could go. So the next time when this is agendized for a presentation, perhaps a follow-up item as part of the presentation would be form a follow-up committee.
So what I've heard is that presentation would possibly be in the context of a board workshop, which I would suggest, because I don't think a 12 or 15-minute presentation at a regular board meeting would suffice. We're going to have a presentation on the current status of math in the district. I would suggest that it be done in a separate board workshop.
And
agree.
I agree with that too. And I'd also like to know, is there a way we can, and I know it's unusual, but to solicit input, student and parent input, as was suggested? Is there some way we can do that during a workshop? which I know is unusual.
You might at a workshop determine what types of questions or data you would request from parents and students.
I want to know how many how many parents get that. Like, math is a struggle in our home. Like, math trauma is a thing, and kids experience like frustration with parents, especially moms, apparently, when they're trying to teach it. I read this whole article about how moms and kids have this math trauma that goes on. So, because if you don't know how to teach it and yeah, it's very frustrating. So I think from a parent perspective, I think what Cadence had to say was really important, that, or maybe somebody else said it, but that there's a certain point at which parents are no longer able to help their kids with math. And that is hard because they didn't learn math this. So,
They feel that there is
a lot of tears.
Yeah. So I think that I am in a look at the workshop.
That would be my suggestion as well, because a board subcommittee typically exists for the purpose of carrying out some task. So if you haven't really identified what task it is you want for subcommittee to carry out, it would be better to have the workshop first.
And I have a lot of respect. And I have a lot of respect for Bob, so I'm very much interested in hearing what other schools are doing too to increase it. So if he can come with that information, that would help us.
Well, thank you guys for that input. I appreciate that much, Dr. Casas. I know this is a hard one. I appreciate your input on all that. I promise we're going to work closely to really, I have this vision for our district that we're going to be like a top 50 high school district in the state. I mean, not even the top 50 district. I mean, like, people are like, I want to go to Escondido high schools because they are top high schools in the district. It's going to take us a decade, but guess what? You know, we have capacity for another 2,000 or 3,000 students, if I heard it correctly last time. We have the teachers, we have the will. I'm like, let's just turn this whole thing around to the point where we're like, holy smokes, can you believe what we did and what the kids are achieving in a decade?
Like we have, or robotics.
Yeah, that's what I see. You know, it's all good. So with that said, I appreciate these statistics as well, Dr. Casas. Everybody, thank you for your input. And I guess that's the final comment on that. So then we go to board member report.
Real quick,
Sir.
that was an action item. Do we need to do anything? Do we just let it drop?
It was a potential action item.
Potential action.
No motion was taken, so it died.
And we'll just follow through with the workshop.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
And let me add this is that, well, I want to get the elementary district involved in that workshop. And then I'll make a comment in my board reports as well, but let's start down with Christy for board report.
Okay. I think tonight, really, I just want to say that I heard this evening, I was told that I don't care. And as a board member, I don't care. But I just want to make it clear, I care. I care. And that's why I'm here. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Knight. You do care.
So I just want to say tonight was a very emotional night. There was a lot of passionate people that believe in making a difference and trying to understand where we stand with regards to the situation with the teachers. And I regrettably and know that it was a very tough decision. And, you know, I don't think there's some information that wasn't available to the community and that, but will be. But our decisions were made based on looking at all the factors. And I think, and I have to say, I know that our president, Bob Welder, tried to make a solution of the problem. And it's unfortunate that the behavior was not very respectful in that. So, Bob, we do appreciate you. And we understand we were trying to make amends in that, and understandably, because it is a very emotional situation, but I do appreciate everybody sharing their thoughts with respect and honor. And that's all I have to say. That thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Dr. Vincent. Mr. Gurney.
Yeah, I'll echo with, especially with what Christy said, especially, we are up here, we do care. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. So, yeah, that doesn't sit well with me. Otherwise, yeah, this is a good meeting. It's long. Actually, my previous, report expired at 10 PM, so I'm done.
It's from my side of things, I think it's important to note that, yes, we care, but it's not necessarily about us, right? It's, there are people who are affected by some of the decisions that were made today. And that's not easy for anybody, whether we're making the decisions or your decision is being made to you. So I think the important part is as a board, we've decided that we prioritize making sure that we're fiscally conservative, planning for the future. Not only from the building standpoint, but the bank account to the math program to kind of everything else. I think that's while, we get blamed for some things, which is totally fine. We get paid the big bucks to do that, right? But in reality, it's not about us. It's about the students. It's about the teachers. It's about the staff. It's about everybody else in the community. I'll leave it with that.
I didn't get into this for the money. I did it for the.
Paid more than I do, but I don't.
I mean, it's
With-
something that I have a passion for.
I will keep this super short. One of the things I do want to do though, Superintendent Peterson, is to suggest an invitation to the elementary district. I was thinking potentially a joint board meeting, but honestly, really a joint math workshop. I actually went to their board meeting about last month, and they use, you remind me, what's iReady, and they had a binder, and they had every classroom, and they had they had the development for an entire 2 or 3 years in that binder showing the improvement, and they were showing where things needed improvement, and that was super helpful for them. So maybe they can bring some of what they're putting together and we can use it with our Renaissance. But I want to bring the elementary district together with us, especially in math, if not all, everything. So that's my one thing. Do you need somebody else to second that or be willing to have you?
It's not agendized as an action item, but the board can have a discussion or respond to your comments right now.
Okay.
About whether they agree that they would like to see a joint school board meeting with the elementary district.
Anybody else interested in that, especially as it relates to math?
I mean, I don't have any issues with the idea. I think it would be helpful to have a game plan before we approach them, for one. And number two, is around math. I do agree. I do think that we should figure out the board workshop on math first, kind of get things figured out before we jump.
I agree with you, Ryan. I'd like to have our workshop first, then maybe invite them in for a specific one where we can address issues there. But I think we've got enough that we need to cover for ourselves as far as a workshop goes that does not involve, maybe have just something where my 2 cents.
Thank you, everyone. You look tired there. So it's been a long day.
All right, Superintendent Peterson, your final comments.
Yes, before I dive into my prepared comments, I wanted to clarify one thing from earlier this evening. President Weller, you had mentioned that you want to see a presentation on class sizes at the April meeting. And I also heard maybe it's just a report about class sizes. with our new governance handbook that we adopted this evening, you did reinforce a protocol amongst yourselves that if a board member wants something on the agenda, another board member would second that idea before we placed it. So I'm wondering, was there another board member? Am I
let me-
placing something on
Oh,
the
no,
agenda
you're-
for April or not?
No, I'm going to go with no because I really want this math to be brought to the top. Like whatever we need to do to get this workshop set up. I was trying to follow what the teachers were saying about class size and keeping teachers. But I think for the time being, that's just going to have to stay the way it is. And that I would really like to see our efforts to get a workshop, hopefully by May.
Okay. Very good. And then let me jump in with my superintendent's report. Last week, we concluded the LCAP survey. I want to express my appreciation to all the staff members who played a vital role in this process. We've gathered valuable feedback from students, families, staff, and community members to help the upcoming school year. A special thank you to the student board members, if they had the stamina to stay till 10:10, for their meaningful contributions during the student forums, especially while balancing all their busy senior years. This week, I encourage everyone to take a moment to thank and celebrate our school social workers as we celebrate National School Social Work Week through this Saturday. I'd like to wish everyone a wonderful week ahead and a friendly reminder that daylight savings time begins this Sunday, March 9th. So remember to set your clocks forward. And then I'd like to end by thanking all of our amazing staff and congratulating our employees of the year. Last week, President Weller joined us in announcing the site and district staff of the year. So this evening, I'd like to congratulate our teachers of the year and classified employees of the year. Our teachers of the year are Jennifer Perez from Del Lago Academy, Susan Clark from Escondido Adult School, Brittany Womack from Escondido High School, Brian Gallo from Orange Glen High School, Keith Layton from San Pasqual High School, and Monica Lee from Valley High School. Our classified employees of the year are Jose Gonzalez from Del Lago Academy, Mario Chavez from the District Service Center, Lorenzo Valdez from Escondido Adult School, Larry Gordon from Escondido High School, Sarita Valdez from Orange Glen High School, Don Crawford from Orange Glen High School, and Ricardo Cuevas from Valley High School. We also announced that Jose Gonzalez from Del Lago Academy is our district-wide classified employee of the year, and Monica Lee from Valley High School as our district-wide teacher of the year. We look forward to honoring both of them at our May school board meeting. And that's my report. Thank you.